Good morning.
It's opening day at Whistler today, and the parking lots are empty. So I take that as transit is working.
Way to go, Regional Transit. Good job.
Good one, Jen.
Okay, thanks everyone. We are now live.
Okay, well, it is 9 o'clock. We have almost everyone. Go ahead, Kristen.
Sorry, Chair. I'm just sorry. We're live. I'm just waiting for confirmation that we're live on the website. If you can just
sure, let me know.
Okay,
no worries. We're not. I don't think we're in a rush, but I know everybody has things they have to jump out for today. So, and that is absolutely fine so long as you don't leave us without quorum.
Morning, everyone.
Hi, Mike. Karen, I saw there was a terrible fire in Brackendale this morning. I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, unfortunately. Fortunately, no one was hurt.
Oh, that's good.
We lost a house. It was a house that belonged to elders as well, and which is really unfortunate. And another house was damaged. So, not a good state of affairs. So.
No, it's terrible.
Okay, thanks, Chair. We are on the website. Thanks.
Okay.
Good to go.
Great. Good morning, everybody. I'll call this meeting to order. We would like to recognize that collectively we are on the unceded territories of all the First Nations within our regional boundaries. Could I have someone approve the agenda? Moved by Director Richmond, seconded by, nope, Mike wants to add something to the agenda?
No, I want to defer something on the agenda.
Okay.
I am in no form ready to do a regional moment today, so I would like to defer the Pemberton regional moment to an upcoming cow.
Okay.
The agenda is amended.
I'll second that.
Okay. So moved as amended, seconded by Director Race. Call the question. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And 3.1 resolution required pursuant to M192 that pursuant to the ministerial order number 192, the Squamish-Lillooet Regional District is excluding in-person public attendance at the November 25th and 26th, 2020 Board and Committee of the Whole meetings, as well as the December 16th and 17th, 2020 board and committee of the whole meetings on the basis that the SLRD continues to be in the process of assessing its ability to facilitate in-person public attendance in a manner consistent with the public health orders and recommendations, and putting the necessary safeguards in place to protect the public and staff members. And the SLRD is ensuring openness, transparency, accessibility, and accountability at this meeting by the following means. This meeting is being live streamed, and a video of this meeting will be available on the SLRD website for viewing on an on-demand basis. So let's move into 5.1 CAO verbal update.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing to report this morning. Thank you.
Okay. Information report, the Britannia Beach Volunteer Fire Department and Development Considerations. We have Dave Mitchell from Public Safety Consulting and Sarah Morgan, Director of Protective Services, coming online. And I see Director Needham is here as well. Thank you for being here.
And we have a few other people that perhaps Director Morgan can let everybody know.
Okay.
Coming in. Thanks.
All right.
Through you, Chair. Good morning. With us this morning, we have Dave Mitchell, who will be presenting on his consultant report on the Britannia Beach Fire Service. We have Fire Chief David Ritberg with us, the current Fire Chief of the Britannia Beach Volunteer Fire Department, to answer any questions the board may have subsequent to the presentations, pertinent to the existing fire service. And Dave, I believe we have one other from your company with us this morning. Is that correct?
No, it's just me. I might have registered twice, and that may be misleading.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Mr. Walker is not here. Brian Walker. Kim, I think you advised that he would be joining us.
Mr. Walker will be here for the Tiger Bay presentation.
Sorry.
As will Mr. Vance.
Perfect. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dave Mitchell and Chief Ritberg with us for this presentation.
Welcome to you both. Who is starting with the presentation?
Dave Mitchell will be starting.
Okay, thank you and welcome.
Okay, thank you. Let me just make sure this is all going to work properly here. Okay, so good morning and thank you for the opportunity to speak to our report, which you now have. We first became aware of this project early in 2020 in terms of the two development proposals, one each for Furry Creek and Britannia Beach. In the past, we have worked with the SLRD and Britannia Beach starting about 15 years ago as we developed the model for the transition of the department to the regional district in 2005-2006. And our task for the current project was to assess the Britannia Beach Volunteer Department in terms of their current role, but more importantly, how it would need to evolve over a period of time to appropriately cope with the additional developments. This department, like others in BC, is required to meet a series of mandatory training and operational requirements based on their level of service. And our task was to review how this level of service might change to meet the opportunity to provide fire suppression and other services. Okay, so all discussions were had with regard to this project included Fire Chief Ritberg at a minimum. Many others also involved the deputy chief officers. As well, we worked with Stephen Olmsted, Kim Needham, and Sarah Morgan. And on behalf of my colleagues, thank them for their time and patience with all phases of our review. The discussions with the fire chiefs from Squamish and Lions Bay were positive, and there is certainly a willingness to pursue mutual aid agreements. As well, the chief from Lions Bay, which has a very good training site, including live fire, immediately has offered his facility to Chief Ritberg and members of the Britannia Beach Department. Our review of the area was pretty thorough and much of it done on foot, not just a quick drive through the area. As well, you may recall that our farm did the first development plan for the department, which resulted in the House on East VFD being created. We mentioned in the report that we conducted an on-site review with Seashelt, which has 6-story buildings and is contemplating 8 stories or perhaps more. Chief Ritberg attended with us and got the perspective about how at some point in the future, the Britannia Beach Department may need to respond, certainly at the point when buildings of 6 stories or beyond that are developed. Finally, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the amount of time taken by Creus Engineering working for Fine Peace, as we made more than one walking trip up the hill and into the woods discussing fire hall options. The representatives from Creus and Fine Peace accompanied us on each of those, and that was very much appreciated. So this is who we are, and just to tell you what our competence might be for this type of review. I began my service with the Vancouver Fire Department in April of 1966 and retired there as a division chief in 1998 to become the first operations manager at ECOM, then in 2000 formed the company we have today to provide consulting service principally in British Columbia. Gordon Anderson, who was part of this project, recently retired as the BC Fire Commissioner, and in that role he was responsible for the development of the current training standards, the minimum training standards for firefighters in BC. Prior to that, he was the Deputy Fire Chief in Esquimalt. Jim Cook is a longtime Fire Chief Officer. Most recently, he was Fire Chief with West Vancouver. Prior to that, he was the Deputy Fire Chief in New Westminster. Wayne Humphrey, like me, served many years in Vancouver, retiring as a division chief and establishing a fire training service in British Columbia that includes large municipal departments, Coquitlam and Delta, but also smaller ones, and in this area like Lions Bay, Bowen Island, and many others. Ian McDonald is a retired corporate lawyer who now lives in Seashelt, and he provides the analysis in terms of the regulatory structure, WorkSafe, fire underwriters, local bylaws, and the training standard. Peter Wonder is a PEng and an ex-Canadian Forces member, and he provided guidance on the risk issues as well as the assessment of fire hall options. And in this immediate area, we have very recently worked with Squamish, Whistler, Bowen Island. You're probably aware of the review there last springtime, and all 6 fire departments in the Sunshine Coast. Okay. So if we look at the department has done an absolutely wonderful job in the 15 years since its creation. And the volunteer firefighters there still operate without any remuneration. The issue of the level of service is discussed in great detail in the report, and for the moment, the authorized level of service is exterior only, which means that they cannot be inside a fire-involved structure where there is any condition that is immediately dangerous to life and health. The department is certainly getting busier, and in many other departments we have worked with, at some point in time, there is a declining interest in responding multiple times a month or even multiple times a week as the population grows and the call volume goes up. Clearly, the members of the Britannia Beach Department respond out of an abundance of care for their community, and that was very obvious to us at every stage of the report. It has to be said as well that the department at the moment can only count on its own resources, as there is no current mutual aid agreement with either Lions Bay or Squamish. The members of the department really are to be commended for their effort to develop the training site on the north side of the fire hall. This training site fits with their current mandate, but would not provide the necessary props and other material if they change from exterior to interior. The linearity of the fire response issue is mentioned for a number of reasons, including the requirements of the fire underwriters. Their specification for a single family residence to be considered is to be within 8 kilometers by road network of an accredited fire hall. For that reason, at the point at which all 3 developments proceed, there would be a requirement for 3 fire halls if there is an expectation for residences to be considered protected and thus benefit from reduced fire insurance premiums. The maximum travel distance for residential, multifamily residential and commercial properties is but 5 kilometers. Finally, and related to the fire underwriters, we have noted the need to replace the ladder truck currently at Britannia Beach, as it is beyond the age limited accredited by the fire underwriters. So now the issue of the playbook and the training levels. The Office of the Fire Commissioner in BC developed the minimum training standard for firefighters in 2014 and revised it in 2015. I was part of the working group that addressed that. The standard is again being reviewed and expanded in 2020 and 2021, and we are part of that group as well. It has to be said these are the minimum training requirements, and they are a requirement for any fire service. There are 3 levels: exterior operations, interior, and full service. And at the present time, Britannia Beach is exterior only, which means it may not enter into an environment, a hostile environment as described. The level above it, the next superior level, is interior operations, which describes an approach to, quoting, a vehicle, family dwelling, or small structure. The standard does allow for entry into additional structures, but with clear requirements to assess them, to pre-plan them, and train the firefighters for the specific risks. It is not a carte blanche. So it is our recommendation that the level of service moves at a minimum to interior operations, which will require additional training, as well as pre-plans and risk assessments for each particular structure. Note as well that the training standards are being revised and upgraded, and I mentioned we're part of it, and we anticipate that as part of this, there will be a greater level of involvement and alignment and support by WorkSafe BC. This is the requirement for full service, and it is the highest of the 3, and it has the highest number of requirements for training and incident management. And we put the detailed discussion about this as an appendix to the report, in fairness, so that everybody is aware of what the requirements are. This level of service, full service, is not just found in larger urban fire departments, but also medium and even smaller departments based on the risks posed and their authorization by the authority having jurisdiction. And in this particular case, the regional district is the authority having jurisdiction. And the level of service was set for Britannia Beach under Bylaw 1561 in 2018, and it set at exterior operations. And that really defines their upper limit in terms of what they can do. A change to interior operations, or at some point in the future to full service, will require the bylaw to be amended. Okay, so there are a lot of requirements. I think it is fairly stated that there is a lot of regulatory requirements for firefighting, but that is because it's a dangerous occupation, quite simply. And WorkSafe requirements are absolutely explicable for any worker conducting an activity which is risky to them, and specifically for firefighters as spelled out in Part 31, which is a special section detailing specific requirements for the fire services. And as I mentioned in our discussions about the upgrade of the playbook, we understand from WorkSafe that they will be aligning their view with the playbook completely. The fire underwriters provide guidance for the insurance industry in terms of ratings for fire departments, which in turn may lead to reductions in fire insurance costs based on the rating of the department. These ratings are complex, but one key element is the maximum road distance from an accredited fire hall. For single-family residences, this is 8 kilometers, and for multifamily, which is a consideration for these developments, and commercial structures, the distance by road network is not to exceed 5 kilometers. Their guidance is complex and relates to water supply, apparatus, and the number of responding firefighters. The travel distance is what drives the recommendations for 3 fire halls ultimately if the area is fully built out, including the development of Porto Cove at some point. The NFPA requirements are consensus standards adopted by fire chiefs, firefighters, and these staffing requirements shown in the report and on the slide are reflective of the work actually required to be done and is also provided at an appendix. And we reviewed this with the regional benchmark, which was the Seashell Volunteer Department, and what is their response model for 6-story buildings and above. And they have this type of response in terms of apparatus and trained staff. When Chief Rittberg came along and participated fully with the review with Seashell, we also saw their training site. And I have to say that the chief officers there have said they will provide all of their training material for Britannia Beach. In the case as it would for Britannia Beach, it involves mutual aid support from surrounding fire departments. In Seashelf's case, like Roberts Creek, Gibson's, and Half Moon Bay. And the resulting response is 4 Type 1 engines, 2 ladder trucks, 1 Type 3 engine, which is a quicker response vehicle, and supporting vehicles with personnel. So when we look at the Britannia Beach Department in terms of the current status, they operate at the external level with some, but not all of their members currently at this level, as some are in the process of being trained. There's always in volunteer departments a sense of renewal. People leave and other ones come along. The time to train new recruits varies based on their ability to attend evening and weekend training sessions and the ability to provide this training, not all of which can be provided at the current training site. Training time to exterior operations may take 18 to 24 months, but even this time has been negatively impacted by COVID-19, and as a result, it may take longer. The move from exterior to interior may take an additional 6 months, but again, that is dependent on scheduling the training and its availability, and for the members to take weekends to attend it, some of which may need to occur at nearby training sites in Squamish or Lions Bay. Noted that Seashelf, again, has offered their training site as well and all of their training materials. So interior operations is more complex and requires pre-plans and training specific to the risk for each such structure. The final bullet notes that at the present time, the only available response for a fire in this service area is by the Britannia Beach Volunteer Fire Department, as there are currently no mutual aid agreements in place. So in terms of recommendations, these are based on the premise that one more of these developments may be authorized to proceed. So we've discussed with the fire chief and the SLRD staff that at the point at which development occurs, the department will need to accomplish quite a lot. That is, there's a lot of changes that are front-end loaded, and it's just one of the functions of moving from an exterior department, small population, to a much larger one. And if they occur in parallel, it will add to the issues. Based on the approvals to proceed, the fire chief and the SLRD will need to build a transition plan to achieve quite a lot within a quite short time frame. These are discussed above, and they're not at all trivial. Recruiting more volunteers and training them to a high level of service will require a lot of support, not just as a training issue, but also the HR issues. As well, the contemplated changes to the level of service, to the new risks and enhanced partnerships will be a change management issue for the existing volunteers and should be carefully and proactively managed, because they're a very cohesive group at the moment. They work well, but this is a lot of change potentially coming along. Planning for a second fire hall, apparatus and equipment, and the organizational model will take time and should be managed so that the expanded department is consistent in terms of training and equipment and the operational model throughout the fire protection area. The volunteers may come from either fire hall. They can't be 2 different kinds of equipment. The equipment, as much as possible, should be the same. There will also be a need to ensure some additional support from either Squamish or Lions Bay, and whether that is a mutual aid agreement or a service agreement will be subject to discussion and agreement with each of the parties. In our meetings with them, they're quite open to having the conversation, but at the moment the agreements are not in place. Regardless of which of the 2, these fire departments will need to ensure they practice their operations together. They'll need to align their command structure, their operational guidelines, and ensure their dispatch coordination and voice radio systems can interoperate. Britannia Beach and Squamish are dispatched today by ECOM in Vancouver and use existing legacy VHF radio. Lions Bay is dispatched by Surrey and uses the ECOM 700 megahertz digital system, which is fully encrypted. So there'll be some work required to allow them to operate safely when multiple departments are on scene. And for any consideration of interior operations, pre-plans will be required for each building, along with an assessment of risk and specific training. Finally, if both of these 2 developments proceed, the department needs to be prepared for a response to both sites at the same time, because an incident can occur, especially in the construction phase. And at the present, their ability to provide this would be very difficult. So we built a notional timeline, and clearly this is notional. Added this into the report based on the information available by this summer, based on what we knew at the time. The 3 development areas are shown, and these are subject to clarification in terms of the timing and the approved density. Given the previous comments with regard to recruitment and training and the known time frame to procure a new apparatus, which is often 18 months or more, the planning for these developments would need to be started as early as possible. So thank you. That's the presentation on the report, and would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? Director Richmond, go ahead.
Thank you for a exceptionally clear report, Mr. Mitchell. It sounds like a mountain of work to do in a short time. Take a lot of commitment. One of the things that you touched on, and I don't think it's something you could quantify or maybe speak to, but I'm going to bring it up anyway. One of my biggest concerns within all this is that recruitment piece and the availability of firefighters. You know, here in Pemberton, we're about 3,000, and we service Lillooet and Area C as well. And it's taken a while to build up our department to have enough people to respond. And a lot of our firefighters do work locally, so they have that ability to respond. These communities we're talking about are very much commuter-based communities, so I'm worried about having firefighter availability nearby to the extent you would need to fill that. So I don't know if you could speak to that, but that's certainly a concern of mine.
The director's question is very, very sound, and I know your department in Pemberton as well. I know Chief Grossman for many, many years worked with him on various projects. This is one of the dilemmas of volunteer or paid on-call departments, and it really depends where they are. Places like Pemberton, maybe people work out of town in the daytime. They may drive to Vancouver or West Vancouver. They're back in the evening, and volunteer or composite departments oftentimes have very low turnout in the daytime, but everybody shows up at night. And so there are ways to deal with this. And at some point in time, you should begin to understand or can quantify how the development will occur. There are near-term things that can be done. And certainly a service agreement, probably with Squamish, would be the one that might be the most available, because they have a career staff on in the daytime, and they could at least guarantee a daytime response. One of the other options that is available in increasing areas is what's called the work experience program, where trained firefighters are hired on a contract basis, and they operate from the fire hall Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., that sort of time, at the time when the fewest number of volunteers are able to respond. So we see this in places like Creston, in Merritt, and in some of the mountain resorts. The chief from Squamish used to be the fire chief in Sun Peaks, and they used the work experience program there. So it's one of the options. Again, in the report, we say, if all of this stuff is going to happen really, really soon, you need to be wrapping your arms around what the size of it will be, and working with the chief, with Sarah, with Kim, and the staff, and saying, we have a whole lot, and I described it in this presentation and in my discussions, certainly with Dave and with Kim and Sarah. You've got a lot of front-end loading to do here, and there's just no other way to put it. We'll need to be able to hit the ground running if these developments proceed, and you've outlined quite clearly a concern you have. I do too, and it's not an easy thing to do, but it's a change management issue, and the planning for it needs to start essentially as soon as you have visibility of approval of these projects.
Director Elliott, go ahead.
One of the things that caught my eye in the report, and maybe just a bit of clarity, is can we require sprinkling in all buildings at this point, or is that something that needs provincial permission?
You speak to this from some experience for sure. And what we suggested to the regional district staff is you make it part of the development approval process. There is the issue, and you will know this from the UBCM and municipal politics, about concurrent standards. But it's harder to do it retroactively, but if you make it a condition of the project approval, then you have the absolute ability to do that. That is what Seashelt does. Seashelt's fire chief previously was a fellow named Bill Higgs, and probably everybody in the fire service has heard of Bill. it was just one of those conditions. If you were going to build a building, it had to be sprinklered, and you would agree to do that. And so that is what we've recommended in the report to the director.
Okay, thank you.
Any other? Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
My other question maybe is for Fire Chief Ritberg and the appetite of Britannia Beach to, do you see yourselves leading this culture change, or where it's a huge task to contemplate? And I just wonder where you sit in that in terms of your leadership and reading this report and where you see the support needs to come from.
Thank you for allowing me to be here. And I really want to thank Dave Mitchell for allowing such incredible involvement in the preparation and all the field walks, the visits, the interaction in preparing this report. But yes, it is a huge challenge. And I think Sarah's report that prefaced Dave's today points out that this is a huge cultural shift. The Britannia Beach Volunteer Fire Department has existed since, in one way or other, since 1904. Since becoming a regional district fire department, we've made some incredible advancements. This will be extremely challenging, and not only in terms of the cultural shift, the where do we get all these additional volunteers. Most of, well, I'd say all of our volunteers have careers in other fields. They're not looking to become career firefighters as such. So it is a challenge, and I think Dave's spoken very well to the issues of, timing, day. A lot of them work now from home, but prior to COVID, they're commuting all over the place. So it leaves the department looking for bodies to fill the trucks. At sometimes, we've always managed to fulfill our mandate. There's never been a situation where we haven't been able to respond fully to a call and deal with what the SLRD bylaws mandate us to do at this time. But moving forward, I think all of you that have read this report recognize some of those challenges.
If I might, I would like to offer a comment back. If you haven't been to the fire hall yet, you should go there. I've been doing this work for 54 and a half years, my colleagues for nearly as long. We don't very often see a fire hall that is in such ship shape. It's very well organized. The apparatus is clean. There's obviously a huge pride in that department, and we don't see that everywhere we go. All of my colleagues commented positively about how well they have managed to deal with the scope of the things that they do. You'll also notice that 15 years after building the fire hall, it's now full, and they've had to add on extensions to it. So it reflects that the work that they've done, the amount of effort they've put into it. And I commend the regional district and Chief Ritberg in particular for all that they have done. That said, if their current call volume is 80 or 90 a year and it goes to 200 or 250 or 300, that's multiple times a month, multiple times a week, perhaps. And at some point in time, I'll do it all for free, might start to change. And so it certainly is a change management issue. We talked about it with the chief and the two deputies, and there's a lot to do if this proceeds. Thank you.
Director Birch Jones, go ahead.
Thank you. Maybe just another question for, is it Chief Ritberg? I wonder how you feel about the idea of the contracted workers coming in Monday to Friday and then the volunteers filling in around them. Is that something that you see as a good working solution? To me, it strikes me as very awkward. I'm just curious about what you think.
To be very honest, I have not had any experience with that type of arrangement to date. I think it's one of the options that we could explore. The report talks about some other options, for example, the work experience program that Lions Bay does, where they operate, I'll call it almost as a training department. So everyone that, well, not everyone, but a lot of the members that join Lions Bay Fire start because they're looking for a career in I call it a big city fire department somewhere. So they move in, they, fulfill their requirements, they get trained up, they, to add to their resume. But in speaking with the chief of Lions Bay, it's a double-edged sword, because then 2 years later they move out. So you have this continual quest for new blood, so to speak. And that makes it difficult as well.
Thank you.
Director Race, go ahead.
Thank you. It's first through to Mr. Mitchell. Just to give us a sense of where we're headed for, what does it take to safely fight a fire in an 8-story building? What are we talking about?
You need more than 40 people.
40 people.
40 people.
And is there a number of pieces of equipment?
Indeed, and that's why we use Seashelt as really the best benchmark in this area. One that, and they're part of the Coast Corridor Fire Chiefs Group and well known to Chief Ritberg. They have 6-story buildings contemplating 8-story buildings, so they're classed as a high-rise building, and so they respond with their full department plus an additional Type 1 engine from Roberts Creek and Half Moon Bay, and an aerial ladder, a second aerial ladder, which comes from Gibson's. That gives them about 40 firefighters trained and operate in an incident command model that is well understood. They do this quite regularly. That matches what the NFPA talks about in their staffing model. And in the report, we talk about a report that the Surrey Fire Department commissioned a few years ago, which really said the same thing. So it's a complex issue. A fire in a high-rise building involves an awful lot of people because there is an awful lot of work to be done, and the work is specified in one of the appendices, the director's question, but that is the well-established responsive apparatus and firefighters, and it's not a theoretical one someplace. We can just go to the Sunshine Coast, as we did with Chief Ritberg, and talk with the chief officers there, and that is what they do. That is their model.
And is that fire department or the Sunshine Coast, is it part volunteer, part full-time?
The Seashelt is now part full-time. I think they have 4 career people that work Monday to Friday, and they're supplemented by volunteers the rest of the time. Nights and weekends, it's all a volunteer response, but the paid ones also respond as volunteers. Interesting, Seashelt continues to this day as a volunteer department for their responses. Very, very noble approach on their part, but they are paid for training, however, but they consider that if they can get paid for training, they will do the response to the public still for gratis. But at the end of the day, the training costs are covered because it takes a considerable amount of time. But yes, you're right. And Gibson's in the same way has 3 or 4 career people daytime. So it's an inspector and chief officer and a deputy, but nights and weekends, it's a volunteer response.
Thank you. And to Mr. Ritberg, good morning, Dave. It seems to me as I look at this issue that the way the development is going and the potential development, we're probably talking about some kind of a scenario. The board hasn't made any decisions, of course, about starting off with more and more employed people. Maybe starting with a chief, I don't know, to build up a fire department that would be able to handle these types of loads. Is this something you've talked about internally? Is there any thoughts about how this might proceed?
Thank you. Apart from this report, no. I mean, it's been a discussion, not formally, recognizing that there's going to have to if all these developments move forward, there has to be a quantum change in the structure of the department, and therefore looked at other models, paid on call, some of these other things, paid for work experience, etc. But there's been no real work put into those discussions. It's just they've all been mentioned as, you know, as a list of potential options. The other thing I might add is the deputy chiefs are aware of this report previously and had input, but the actual fire department members were just made aware of this report the other day when it became public. And so the actual body of the members have not been polled or had a considerable discussion as to, you know, whether they want to continue to be involved if this department changes radically, because it has always received their volunteerism because they're a community, they're looking out for their neighbors, and this makes a big change.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
If I might say, and kind of riffing off Chief Ritberg's comment, we say just only slightly tongue-in-cheek that in the fire service, a pumper truck is $500,000, but it's a people business. Whether it's a career department, but more particularly for volunteer departments, it's a people business. And having this conversation with the people and thinking about the change management issues, the chief and the deputies and our group, we had a lot of conversations around this. Your most valuable resource will always be the people that do the work, who will respond in the middle of the night to go to a burning building, and managing them going forward will be critical to the success of how this goes forward. I think that's what the chief is saying as well. And this is something that I just really encourage you to take time to properly engage them, because you really do need them.
Any other questions? Director DeMera, go ahead.
Thank you. This is for Director Carey and Elliott. Just curious to what the fire department is like for Squamish. Is it paid? How many are paid? How many volunteers? Just so I get an idea of what is available there.
Probably Mr. Mitchell has our latest numbers, but we have about 7 paid firefighters. And I would say that our volunteer force, it ranges year to year. It's hard to recruit. And so 40 to 50, and we're recruiting every single year. And it's one of the hardest things that we have to do, because, you know, we are part of that commuter culture, and it's a big commitment. So we do interior fires. So the firefighters that want to reach that level have to put a lot of training in. So they're training every Wednesday and most weekends. So it's not a small commitment, but we do paid on call now. So that has made a difference. We've changed that in the last year to make it a paid on call force. So they do get compensated for the time when they do turnout.
Do they get compensated for the training time?
That's a good question.
Well, I'm just looking at different alternatives, because I look at it, and that's one way to entice more people to come.
Director Race looked like he had some feedback on that.
Well, I think they do. But we just actually, as counselors, went through an interesting day at the fire hall, going through the training facility and fighting an internal fire and so forth. But the other thing is, you know, the nature of Squamish changed, and it goes to Director Richmond's point earlier about who's around during the day. Squamish, you know, 15, 20 years ago had the BC rail yards, for example, had a sawmill and so forth, and there was a whole bunch of people working in the community available to fight a fire during the day. Now those types of facilities are gone, and there's a lot more commuter activity. And so it is an issue during the day where your volunteer stock comes from. And so we've had this studied as well, and are in a program through, it's a budget issue as much as anything, of adding a full-time firefighter every other year to the budget. And these guys aren't cheap, you know, it's IAFF salaries and so forth. So it's a significant budget hit every year just for one person. But you have to kind of build the stock up. And you couldn't do it all in 1 year. It would be a huge hit to a budget, depending what your service area is. So you have to start thinking ahead. And that's my point to Mr. Rittberg, Chief Rittberg, was, you know, we're going to have to, I think, as we go forward with these developments, as they start to progress, we're going to have to get on a program of adding full-time people and get everybody aware of that, as well as just recruiting for volunteers, because we have exactly the same issues. We have people that become volunteers, then they go off to be full-time somewhere else, and you lose them, or there's just the normal attrition of people coming and going through a community. So these are significant issues in a relatively small area. But you know, as I look at this issue, I'm kind of ranting on here, but as I look at this issue, we're talking about an area like Britannia Furry Creek, without even Porteau, but there's really no other precedent for it in the regional district. That kind of urban density that's proposed just doesn't exist anywhere else in the electoral areas. So we're almost going to have to take a city approach to this, and not almost, I think we are going to have to take a city approach to this and run it like you might run Squamish or Whistler or Pemberton, just and Lillooet, to create sort of a city fire department.
Yeah, the reason I ask is I can't say I'm familiar with a mutual aid agreement, but I don't know if there's any financial transactions with the mutual aid agreement. But you know, if the Squamish Fire Department was to increase their capabilities with more manpower, how would that affect the mutual aid agreement? I think maybe that's a question for Dave Mitchell.
So I can answer it this way. It's a good question. And mutual aid agreements do two things. They assume that there is mutuality. So I live in Coquitlam. There's a mutual aid agreement with Port Coquitlam and with Port Moody. The assumption is if I come and help you, you can come and help me. In the near term, that's not likely to be the case for Britannia Beach, because they're not likely to be able to respond and take the crew to go to Squamish to help out, because there'd be nobody left in Britannia Beach. So what we see in a transitional way is, and we talk about this in the report, is it may become a service agreement where at least you know that you pay someone to come in and help. Mutual aid agreements also are not a contract where you guarantee a service. I can share with you mutual aid agreements from around the province. Even the one for Metro Vancouver, as big as it is, says that we have an agreement that if you ask for help and I have something available, I will respond it, but I'm not required to. So if I'm busy too, I may say, I'm sorry, but we can't go. Also, a mutual aid agreement normally has wording that says, I'll send it, but if I need it back, I'll take it back. Even in the middle of the fire, I will take it back, because its primary requirement is to support where its tax base is. The third issue, and it's a paperwork issue, but fire services in BC are actually not mandatory. They're an optional service. Policing is border to border, ambulance service is border to border, but fire services is optional, and it's limited by the powers that it has in its establishment and operational bylaws. And it only has power, the mayor of Squamish, her department has the power to operate in Squamish. They have no power to operate anyplace else unless they are given that power in a bylaw. So there's some complexities to mutual aid. We're actually dealing with this at the moment for Metro Vancouver's Area A between West Vancouver and Lions Bay. There's 3 developments, Ocean Point, Strachan Point, and Montezambic Wind, where this is one of those complexities. Like, where do you get your authority to operate? And we will solve that. But mutual aid agreements again, don't guarantee that you'll go. You'll go if you're available. You have the right to a call anytime you want. You can charge for it. So in New Westminster, where they recently had a fire at their pier, they're paying a lot of costs for mutual aid from the surrounding departments because they need to pay for the training as well, and they need to backfill when they go someplace else. So it's a complex issue. Mutual aid is voluntary and is not a guarantee of service. A service agreement is a guarantee, but that involves funding.
Thank you.
Oh, we just lost somebody. Any other questions for our presenters? Director Rainbow.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to say thanks to Dave Mitchell for the report. I think it's excellent, and it really does show us exactly what we need to be doing moving forward. I want to thank and congratulate Dave Rittberg as well. I've been in contact with that fire department since I took on this role, so that's 6 years now, and I've been really always been really impressed by the commitment that they have there. The community is certainly very proud of what they do and supports them very well. They are committed to doing a good job. And I just point out as well that it's the Britannia Beach Volunteer Fire Department, but Dave himself lives in Furry Creek, and we have some other volunteers from Furry Creek. So there's already, it's not just focused on Britannia, it does cross to both of those areas. One of the things I learned early from the fire chief was that there are two real main problems with volunteer fire departments. One is recruiting people, and two is retaining them once you've recruited them. And I think they've always done a really good job with that. And it's a very much of a sort of a team effort and a community effort. And I just congratulate them for that. And I think what the result of all that is that we have a very sound foundation that we can build on as we move forward. And yes, it's going to be very difficult. Yes, it's going to require resources. We've got to buy a new truck, I think next year, isn't it, Dave? Which is going to be quite expensive. But yeah, we recognize all those things that need to be done. But I think we have a really good starting point. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Director Race.
Thank you. So I guess I'm wondering where we go from here. We have these two potential large developments in the pipeline. We're starting to get in the pipeline. We've got this report. There's recommendations. We've had this discussion. There's a couple of things that have come out of that in terms of sprinkling, for example, get all this stuff at the approval stage. And then it seems to me inevitable that we're obviously going to have to build a fire department. And how do we go about that? What is the plan? And there's opportunities for, some of the initial upfront capital, as Mr. Mitchell said, this thing is really front end loaded. You've got to build buildings and buy very expensive equipment. I can tell you, if anybody's bought a fire truck, they're not cheap. And how do you do all that stuff? And we've got opportunities in the development process to get some amenity contributions to that. So I think we kind of have to sort of formulate a bit of a plan going forward. And I'm not suggesting we do it right now as a board, but I think staff has to put their minds to that and come back and say, okay, and these developments, for example, at a certain phase, they contribute this, and in another phase, they contribute that, as we try to build a system and a structure and an organization that can handle these potential loads. So I guess it's just kind of just to maybe turn our minds for a second on where we do go forward or how we go forward.
Director Richmond, go ahead.
I was kind of waiting to ask this because it's not so much for our presenters, although they might have input. but for staff. But following on Director Race's comments, these early going costs and just the amount of work that's been described to us here, that staff will be putting into this, especially in the early going. Where do those, what budget does that come out? How does that get paid for? Where are those funds coming from? Where do the front end costs come? And how do they get recouped?
I guess that would be to CAO Helmer to start and possibly pass to staff.
Thank you, Chair Ford. So that's a really good question. At this point, we have the local departments which have fairly constrained budgets and which are meant to meet the needs of the existing fire departments. And we have the general government category, which comes under everybody. So it's part of the same challenges. We don't want a situation where the existing residents are having to pay for the costs of future development, but we have no ability for the future development to contribute until we reach a certain point in the process where they're prepared to make that commitment. So that is definitely a challenge that you raise that we have to look at in planning our budget process. Any other staff want to contribute to that?
Through you, Chair, I would add to CEO Helmer's comments that I think to do this well, to build a transition plan well, and to really manage well this transition process in terms of the culture of the department and the financial implications, it is going to take a lot of staff time, whether it comes from, between my department and planning and with Chief Richburg and his officers. So I can see this taking a significant amount of my department's time to do it properly.
Chair.
I see Director Race and then Director Compton.
Thank you. And so I think the fact that we have these two major developments in an approval process gives us some opportunities. I mean, my takeaway from the report, and Mr. Mitchell mentioned it, one of the high risk times is during construction. So we're not waiting for these things to be built and then we add a fire department. This has to happen before they start, or part of it has to happen before they start. And so I think we have to consider during this approval process, amenity contributions that would take care of some of this. I mean, I agree with the comment to dump this whole thing on that service area right on day one as it exists now would be just unbearable. So I think we have opportunities to get from the proponents contributions, not just to capital, like a truck or something like that, but also contributions toward operating costs. And I think that's something we have to work into our approval process. And contributions to staff time. I mean, we do that in a number of different ways anyway. So these are large developments. They're going to have a significant impact in that area. And I think we've got to make sure that we, to some extent, protect the existing tax base and not overburden it and put the burden where the burden really is coming from.
Agreed. It's no different than building a road and planning the servicing for that road before you can build the first house. So Director Crompton, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd say I don't want this to move much further at all without the beneficiaries of all of this work being included in funding it. We could put a lot of staff time, energy, money from residents in Gun Lake and Wedgwoods and Squamish into a big long process that ends up serving the people that are going to build these neighborhoods and those that would move in afterwards. So for me, this has a level of sort of priority to figure out the model on how this is funded in advance of moving it much further. And I think this is a great report, by the way. Thank you for it.
Thank you. Director Needham.
Thanks. And thanks, Mr. Mitchell, for your great report. So to several of the director's comments about funding and how this is going to work and sort of front loading it, we are working closely right now, of course, with the Tiger Bay and Furry Creek development applications. And currently we are looking at preparing the bylaws, particularly for Furry Creek right now. And so we are looking at phasing of amenity contributions and how that will work. And we will be working closely with Mr. Mitchell to help us determine whether the amenity contributions being proposed are the correct amount and being provided at the correct time in the phase of the development. So we are aware that these services and the equipment that's required are going to be required early on, like as Director Ray said, prior to the construction phase, because we know that that is a high risk time. So it is going to be challenging, but we do have this at top of mind.
Chair?
Go ahead, Director Crompton.
Through you to Director Needham, can we attribute the costs that we're incurring now to future developments? I'm thinking specifically of those two developments. So we're incurring costs now. Can those be attributed to the actual rezoning and the development?
The latecomers?
Right now, we're incurring costs for things like Mr. Mitchell's study. Those are coming out of development application fees. But in terms of moving forward, any costs in terms of capital costs for buildings, for training, for equipment, we'll look to amenity contributions to support that.
So the staff time and and this report and all of the work that's been done to here is something that we absorb and then would collect in some sort of future amenity contribution. But we don't sort of specifically say the cost of this report is attributed to 50% to this development and 50% to that development.
Through the chair, Mr. Mitchell's report is being paid for by the two major development applicants.
Thank you. Okay, appreciate the clarity.
Director Rainbow, go ahead. And then I see Director Race.
Well, Director Race raised the point a couple of minutes ago about not just capital costs coming from developers, but operational costs. Would it be possible to explore the possibility of asking or getting employers to hire people who are trained as firefighters? I'm thinking of the golf course here. They hire a lot of people, and several of them work year round. Could we discuss with them the possibility of them hiring people who are going to be basically groundskeepers, but who are trained firefighters or want to be firefighters, whatever, just to help with the volunteer base?
I guess that question could be answered by Mr. Mitchell.
The director's question is very valid. The issue, though, is that whoever they hire has to meet the training requirements. So they would have to be, Chief Rittberg would have to be satisfied that they would be competent to put into a risky situation. Somewhere along the line, one of the folks said, "Well, the people in the hotel, they can just be volunteer firefighters too." Well, sure they can, but they're going to have 24 months of training under the direction of Chief Rittberg and his training officer before we would send them to a fire. So, Director Rainbow, it's a very good question, and the answer is a qualified yes. The qualification being that you, as the authority having jurisdiction, the Regional District of Squamish-Lillooet, cannot put anybody into a position of risk unless you know that they have been trained and are equipped for that level of risk.
Director Race.
Yeah, just on the question of operating costs, we had a development or have a development in Squamish that's going ahead where we required the developer to pay a portion of operating costs during construction of that development. And it wasn't for a fire department. In that case, it was for park maintenance. And it decreases as the development comes on stream and the tax base enlarges to absorb those costs. So there are certainly ways to deal with that. If you want to just put that into the approval process and make that requirements of these developments, that we figure out what the cost might be and they pay them. And then you decrease that by percentages till eventually when the development's entirely built out, now you have a tax base that can pay for it. And that's all workable. It's just a matter of sort of putting the numbers together and doing the math. So I think we can do that and consider that. Otherwise, the local tax base that exists now would just get hammered, let's face it. Because my understanding is the service area for this is basically the Britannia Furry Creek area. We're not talking about Wedgwood or Area C paying for this. This is pretty local for this kind of cost. So unless I'm mistaken, but I think we've got to think about the developer paying for this as it comes on.
Go ahead, Director Rainbow.
At the moment, the Britannia Beach Fire Department is financed from taxation from Britannia Beach and Furry Creek. It's not even the whole of Area D.
Director Demare, go ahead.
This is another question for Dave Mitchell. It's interesting. The developers, through their insurance package when they're building, they must have something to do with fire in their insurance package while they're building. And it just to that same point, for them to actually get the insurance, wouldn't they need fire protection?
That's a rabbit hole I really can't go down because I don't know what their current arrangement might be, and I shouldn't speculate about that. It would be wrong. I would assume that they would have fire protection or insurance protection, but it would be speculation on my part, and I think that would be inappropriate for me to do.
I think that maybe staff look into that. Be a good question to ask them, because in that way we could pursue that operating cost for that fire service.
Now, one thing we did discuss with staff was that during the building phase, you will recall watching the news, there's been a number of fires in the Lower Mainland with buildings under construction, 4-, 5-, and 6-story frame buildings. And so many municipalities or local governments here have a requirement as part of the permitting process that they ensure that there's 24-hour security around the building, because I think one or two of you have mentioned that at the frame stage, a 4-, or 5-, or 6-story building is just a huge fire risk and would be way beyond the competence of the current department. So requiring security for a property under construction is something that's being done by local government for the very good reason that it's very, very risky at that particular point in time. And that's why I mentioned if construction is proceeding in Furry Creek and Britannia Beach, you're just kind of multiplying the risk. So that part, we highly recommend that you pursue a requirement as part of the development that they ensure that they have security.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for anyone here today? Okay, so I guess to Director Race's question, does staff feel they have enough to go with to create sort of a plan to come back with before first reading? Or what is your next step at this point from a planning perspective and from, because this is two departments now needing to work together, How do we proceed from here?
Thank you, Chair Ford. I'm going to let Morgan and Ms. Needham respond to that. They're going to collaborate well together, but for the details, please go ahead, ladies.
Don't be shy.
Through the chair, I can speak to that. As I said previously, we will be having Mr. Mitchell review the phasing plans and the term sheets for these developments prior to seeking first reading, so that he will have reviewed these items and from the point of view that there are 3 large developments going in Howe Sound East. So we will make sure that these items are covered off to his satisfaction.
Go ahead.
Through you, Chair, to that I would add that as this need for change in the fire department is being driven by development processes, we'll continue to work closely with planning and development.
Okay, well, I have learned a lot today, and I'm confident that we've got the right plan, and it's been mentioned a few times that this is a change management as much as it's a planning process, and that can't be understated. So there's certainly many processes ahead of us, which is good. And I think unless there's any last burning questions or comments, we can move along. Move receipt of the information report. Moved by Director Birch-Jones, seconded by Director Race. Is anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you to both Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Rittberg for your time today. And thank you to staff for being here and supporting this project. And that is that. Let's move along to, does anybody need a break? We've been at this for an hour and 10 minutes. I'm happy to take a 10-minute recess if anyone feels they need it. Director Rainbow.
No,
okay. Oh, okay. All right. Anyone need a break, or shall we go on? We can take, okay, let's take 5. We'll be back here at 10:15. Everyone caffeinated.
Are we on a break?
Just, it's almost over, but yes.
Okay. How long have we been on a break?
We have been on a break for 3 of 5 minutes.
Oh gosh, 5
You
minutes.
guys are live broadcasting.
I know. You
which
guys don't give very long breaks. We got like a minimum 15-minute rule at the DOS.
Chair Ford tried to give longer, but there was opposition to a longer break, I think.
Oh, really?
You hear me right now?
What's that, Doug?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Oh, I just got a signal on my computer like I did yesterday, which happened when I had the garbled transmission.
You're as clear as a bell.
Amazing.
I feel like I'm sitting right next to you.
Chair, I'm going to let Mr. Vance in.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it's been 5 minutes. Let's call this meeting back to order. We're moving on to 5.3, Tiger Bay Development Corporation, OCP and zoning amendment application for South Britannia. So go ahead, Director Clark.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to do a roll call to see if Director Richmond is back with us or Director Birch-Jones. Okay, thank you.
Here I am. That's as fast as I could do 5 minutes.
That's okay.
I'm back.
And Mike's here. Okay, we're good. And Jack's here. All right. Thank you. Director Needham, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So this presentation today is pertaining to the Tiger Bay rezoning application, which is at Britannia South. And today we have our planning consultant, Eric Vance, who will be presenting about the project. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Vance.
Good morning, Chair and Board. Can everybody hear me okay? Can anybody hear me? Okay, thank you. I was having some webcam problems a day or two ago, so a little touch and go. I am also having power problems this morning. My power went out about 15 minutes ago, so I got everything back up and running. But if I suddenly disappear off the screen, it's the power and no other reason. I have a PowerPoint presentation that Kim and I had put together. I'm assuming if I hit share screen, I can put that up. Is that correct? Okay, let's give it a try. Oh, here we are. I'm sorry, I'm not not seeing how to share it off of what I have there. Kim, is there any way that you can put the PowerPoint up?
Yes.
Okay.
Just give me a second, please.
My apologies to the
Not
board.
a problem.
Technology. Kim, once it's up, can I scroll through it, or do you have to control it?
I will need to share my screen. Just give me a moment. Okay.
All right. Okay, we have it up.
Here we go. So just, I can just turn this as we go.
Okay, I'll let you know when I want each one put up, Kim. Thank you. This is a relatively short presentation. As you can see, there's only 19 slides. This is an application by Tiger Bay Development Corporation for South Britannia. Some of you are aware, Tiger Bay was formerly known as Tai Ching Development Corporation. And I believe this is their third formal application for the site. It's for both an OCP amendment and a zoning amendment. What they're seeking is a comprehensive development zone that would cover the area that they are proposing to develop. Next slide, please, Kim. Not moving.
Can you not see the location and context slide?
Just bear with me. Well, it says start slideshow.
Can anyone else see my screen?
I've got 1 out of whatever, 19. So slide 1.
Is there any way, Kim, that you can move it to slide 2?
It's interesting. Oh, let's see here. I've got 2. Does that work?
Yes, thank you, Kim. So to put it into context, the Tiger Bay, the applicant, in total owns just over 500 acres, which you can see outlined in red here. The application for the OCP amendment and rezoning covers approximately 132 acres, which is just over a quarter of their total land holdings. And to put it into context, if you can see my little, can you see my little pointer? Maybe not, but Kim, maybe you can show the area that just generally there's Manatee Bay, and then there's the gravel extraction, and then northward. So it's that general area that they're applying for the rezoning and OCP amendment on. They're proposing not to do anything with the remainder of their holdings. Next slide, please, Kim. So the board saw this last at your June 24th meeting, where there was a high-level initial presentation on the latest application. And the direction of the board at that time was that staff undertake a comprehensive review prior to bringing forward any bylaws, and that it also be referred to the Regional Growth Strategy Steering Committee for comment. Next slide, Kim. Thank you. And I appreciate this is very difficult to see. We'll get into some more detail, but a very high level, the residential component, which is about a quarter of the total development area, is what you see in yellow and I guess call it an orangey brown in there. And that is a combination of townhomes and apartment. For this particular application, unlike previous applications, there are no single family homes being proposed. The commercial, which includes the tourist accommodation, you can see in red and in pink, which is the Wave Garden. And there's tourist accommodation, which is the dark brown, reddish brown, and there's 3 of those. and we'll get into that. And then there's the light brown, which is the what they're calling cabins and glamping in the south part of the development area. Parks are about 14% of the total area. Obviously, Manatee Bay being the critical one. There's other parks dispersed throughout the neighborhood. Well, there's a large blue block that is indicated as institutional. In fact, it is a playing field and some park space, as well as the proposed community center. So whether it's park or institutional, I guess, is debatable, but certainly a lot of park space associated with it. And about a quarter of the area will be left as natural spaces. That includes the 4 creeks and riparian areas running through the area, the wetland, and some of the steep slope areas that cannot be developed. There is about 8%, and that includes the main road through the site from the highway around and through into the south area. The remainder of the roads in the plan area are proposed predominantly to be strata. Next slide, please, Kim. Thank you. So in terms of the residential component, the OCP allows a maximum of 1,000 residential units in a variety of housing forms. The affordable, which the board had requested, would be in addition to that. I guess call it bonus density. So there's 1,050 units maximum that are proposed for the entire site. That does conform with the OCP policy as well as board direction. However, an issue that has come up, and I believe the board has a letter from the applicant that also addresses this, is we're concerned that the residential density is too tight, that there's just simply too much packed into the north area between the commercial, the tourist accommodation, residential, all the other things that are proposed for there. And there have been a number of discussions between staff and the applicant on this, primarily before my time on this, which has only been most recently for the last couple of months. We had suggested with the applicant that perhaps some of the residential density could be moved to the south area of the site. And for those of you who were on the board back in 2017, when this was last before you, you will recall that the south area was planned for residential, a combination of multifamily and single family. So there certainly is the potential to develop residential down there. So what we are suggesting to the applicant, but there's not been any in-depth discussions on it beyond what the applicant has said in their letter to the board is, you know, if there is a bit of density, residential, move down to the south area, that would allow the north area to open up a bit. We're not suggesting that the entire south area become residential. We could certainly still see the tourist accommodation as a significant use down there. But as I said, the applicant doesn't agree. They've argued that it increases costs and therefore has an impact on housing affordability. So that is one of the issues that remains outstanding, where we're looking for any guidance or input that the board would like to offer on that. Next slide, please, Kim. So in terms of the commercial component, the first phase is this surf park or water garden, which is a brand name. The applicant is proposing, and some associated facilities. It's still to be determined exactly in phase one, in addition to the surf park, what other things will be provided there. There is talk of 20 cabins that would be there temporarily until the permanent tourist accommodation or hotel is built in the north area. Probably a pub, restaurant, and other few commercial uses, but we have not nailed that down completely with the applicant as to what is part of that first phase, which would occur before any residential development takes place on the site. Significant amount of other general commercial being proposed: retail, office, restaurants, cafes, breweries, pubs, anywhere between 2,500 and 4,000 square meters of floor space. So obviously a bit of flexibility in there to respond to market need as the development proceeds. In terms of the tourist accommodation, there's what they're calling the Surf Hotel, 50 rooms, which would be in the north area adjacent to their surf park. In the south area, they're proposing inland from the waterfront, a small 30-room hotel, as well as 40 cabins and what are called glamping spots, which are, I guess, glorified tents on platforms, and then a 30-room lodge immediately north of Manatee Bay Park. So you've seen in the package board that they have provided an estimate of somewhere roughly between 400 and 600 jobs at full build out for the South Britannia area. What is being proposed in terms of both commercial and tourist accommodation exceeds what the OCP for South Britannia had envisioned when it was put together well over a decade ago. So there would be amendments required to both the OCP and tourist accommodation policies to allow this added rooms and floor space. Something's important to staff, and we assume that the board would concur, is that we want to see the employment uses there. What we do not want to see is the residential proceed and get completed, and there's all this employment that never gets done. So as part of the phasing, we will be working with the applicant on phasing that ensures by the time the last phase of residential is underway, that the last phase of commercial is underway as well. Next slide, please, Kim. Now, in terms of the parks, the applicant is proposing close to 13 acres for Manatee Bay Park, which is slightly more than the 12 meters minimum that was suggested in the OCP. You'll see the park area there that does include a couple of the creeks and the riparian areas that run into the park. And as you see immediately north of that is the Manatee Bay Lodge, which is private. A critical issue now, as it has been in the past, and the board has come out with a position on it, is the pedestrian overpass of the tracks is needed. Currently, there is a level crossing for vehicles there, but that is only for the landowner and employees. And this goes back to the gravel extraction days. It is not a level crossing that is intended for pedestrian or for public access. We know there's some people doing it, but it's not legal. So CN, there's been a number of discussions over the last number of years with them, both the applicant and SLRD staff. CN has said, look, we're very busy, we're short-staffed. We are not going to get into the negotiations and details of that overpass unless and until this project receives a third reading, and then we'll talk about it. Staff's view, subject to the board agreeing, is this overpass should be constructed at the same time as Manatee Bay Park dedication. We don't think it makes sense to have a public park down there without safe and secure public access to it. So certainly a major issue to be determined. The amount and location of public parking for Manatee Bay Park is still to be determined. You'll see on this slide there's a P there for parking, but that parking is associated, at least to date, with the tourist accommodation. And so we need to discuss with the applicant, is that parking area going to be expanded to include some public parking for the park, or is the public parking going to be somewhere else? Next slide, please, Kim. In terms of other parks, I mentioned a moment ago, the area that's shown as institutional, it's about 2.8 acres, include the community center, which I'll come back to, a youth playing field, and public parking. There's other park space totaling about 1.3. Okay, yes, 1.3 hectares, 3.26 acres, not hectares, that is scattered throughout the remainder of the development. We discussed with the applicant that as part of each residential subdivision, there'll be additional small parks that will be planned and provided at that time. I think we would call them pocket parks. That's something we need to get into though with the applicant, you know, as to, well, what does that mean? What are we talking about? What kind of a formula are we using to determine the amount of added park space that will be provided? So in terms of park space, staff believe, along with the trails and natural open spaces, that South Britannia's community park needs will be met. Next slide, please, Kim. Thank you. Trails are in the OCP is something that certainly is desired down there. I already talked about, you know, trail access to Manatee Bay Park. The applicant is also proposing, which is something that the board had indicated previously that you would like, is that there will be a trail running all along the waterfront to the applicant's north property line. So that'll be publicly accessible. There's also going to be a multi-use trail on the east side of Highway 99 to the applicant's north property line towards North Britannia. There will be additional trails along the water courses where appropriate and practical and around the wetlands area. There are already trails, and I imagine there'll be more over time, into the upland areas, which are not proposed for development. And that's where the power line and other both Tiger Bay and Crown lands are. And there'll also be trails throughout the southern tourist accommodation area. Next slide, please, Kim. So in terms of the institutional, and this is not news, I don't believe, to the board. This has been the school district's position for a while, that while the OCP envisions an elementary school in South Britannia, the school district is not seeking a site. We need to have directly some further conversations with them on that to make absolutely sure that they do not want a site at all left aside there. I mean, who knows what's going to happen 15 or 20 years from now, but their position now, as it has been in the past, is that they don't think there's justification for a school in South Britannia, given the costs and so on associated with it. And so their intent is to bus students from South Britannia to schools in Squamish. So they do not want a site left aside, which would need to be incorporated into their eligible school site proposal. Community center, which is one of the desires in the OCP. The applicant's proposing to build approximately a 6,000 square foot shell. Their proposal is that the regional district can finish and program it as it wishes. And they are estimating that adjacent to that community center, there could be approximately 54 parking stalls. That's something we want to look into closer with the applicant. Yes, we can certainly get 54 and probably more parking stalls there, but the more parking we put in there, the more it takes away from a park area, active park areas. So something we want to look at a little closer. Public works yard, the applicant's proposing about 1 acre for that, which will go into the ownership of the regional district. Fire service, what can I say? There was a very good discussion, which I was able to catch part of before this item. It's a huge issue, and the applicant has agreed that they want to contribute towards that, but there has been no discussion of what that means in terms of dollar amount or phasing of the contribution over time. So it's a significant issue that does need to be resolved. Certainly we'll be looking for the guidance of Mr. Mitchell and others on that, and that may take some time to resolve. Kim, next slide, please. Natural environment and open space. There's the 4 creeks that run through the site. If you have been down there, any of the board members, you can see that those creeks are not by and large in great conditions. So there's a lot of work going to be required to, in some cases, realign them a bit, enhance them. They're proposing a riparian area between 10 and 15 meters on each side of the creek. The existing wetland needs to be reconstructed and enhanced. There's 2 of the creeks run into that wetland area. It's important to understand that even with all this work that is done, these are seasonal water courses and a seasonal wetland. They will not be wet all the time. In the summer months, there will be water, but it'll be flowing, I guess, through the soil. They won't be filled with water that anybody can see. There's pockets of steep sloped areas within the development site that will be left in a natural state. And as I indicated at the beginning, the applicant is proposing not to develop the majority of their land holdings, so they become part of the open space. Next slide, please, Kim. All right, now on transportation, I apologize for trying to cram an awful lot on the slide. Something I would like to clarify in the report, that there's Access A and Access D to the site. Access A is the approximate location of the existing access into and out of the site. That Access A currently allows and will only for the first phase of development allow full movement in and out of the site. In other words, left turn coming from the north into the site, left turn out heading south out of the site. But in the fullness of time, as part of the second phase of development, that will no longer be the case. There'll only be right in, right out at Access A with deceleration and acceleration lanes. Access D will be constructed, which is the loop that you see there, and there'll be a deceleration lane in to the south area to development and an acceleration lane out heading up that hill. So what will happen once that Access D is put in is all traffic heading south from the north area, be it Squamish, Whistler, wherever, will have to come all the way down and will have to go to Access D, come in there, and either they're going to the tourist accommodation at the south there, or they're going through the tunnel and they're heading into the north area, be it to the wave pool or anything else that's in there. And similarly, any traffic heading south out of there will have to go back through the tunnel and come out and go up onto the highway through the loop there. They're according to the Bunt report and from what the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure has said so far, they do not see a traffic signal at Access A, not now, not in the future. So create some interesting traffic movements. That photo you see there is the existing tunnel pipe underpass that's in place at the current time. Next slide, please, Kim. So I already talked about a couple of those items there. I won't go back over them. One of the items, though, and it's the other significant item, is that the transportation study concluded, it's still in draft form, that the one-lane underpass can accommodate the traffic volumes for the site at full build-out if it's signalized. It would not look exactly as it's shown in that previous photo there. It'd be fixed up a bit. The applicant is proposing to widen it a little bit to allow one narrow elevated pedestrian walkway on each side of the underpass with one lane signalized. Staff and Modi staff have looked at this, and there's an awful lot of traffic being projected to go through that underpass, and we simply don't believe that one lane signalized is sufficient. As I indicate, Modi agrees. So our recommendation is to be upgraded to 2 traffic lanes, don't need to be signalized, plus appropriate pedestrian and cycling through there. Understanding from talking to Modi staff as well, they've reviewed this at a high level, preliminary, that it still is a draft. And if these bylaws receive first reading, they will be having another more detailed look at what has been submitted. The applicant is also proposing to dedicate a Highway 99 bypass, which, as the board knows, has been talked about for many years, if it's required by the ministry in the future. So it's 80 meters wide. It's up near where the power lines are. It's quite a bit of acreage. So they're saying we'll never develop up there. We'll leave it aside if the bypass is needed. They're also proposing a transit hub for the village core for local transit and similar uses, shuttle buses and so on. The applicant has indicated they're in discussions with BC Transit on a separate regional facility. Kim, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that SLRD staff has been part of those discussions to date. So we're not sure exactly where those stand, but that's an issue that clearly needs to be resolved. Next slide. Engineering and infrastructure. Unfortunately, we have Brian Walker on the line, who's the city's consulting engineer on this. So at a very high level, geotechnical studies, and there's been a lot done, been concluded the site is suitable for the intended uses. There is concerns that need to be addressed about potential debris flow from 3 of the 4 creeks. The 3 are Gravel, Thistle, and Daisy. Manattee's okay. So there is a study that's been done for gravel, and that's undergoing peer review by the regional district right now. We should have the results of that shortly to concur, hopefully, on what measures are needed to deal with debris flow. Very few areas of the site need to be raised for flood protection. There is no soil contamination. The proposed water service is wells, 3 or 4 on the site, supplied by a large aquifer that is beneath the site. A water treatment plant needs to be constructed, which would be over in the vicinity of where the proposed community center is. And that treated water will be pumped to 2 reservoirs on the hillside and then gravity fed down to the development. Next slide, Kim, thank you. Wastewater service, there is the existing North Britannia plant. It actually was designed to accommodate increased capacity, but it is not in place right now. So the applicant will be responsible for increasing the capacity of the existing plant. In the south area, it's going to be a combined gravity collection system. And down in the south, the low pressure pump. It's all going to feed to 1 lift station in North Britannia, or pardon me, in South Britannia, but the north area of South Britannia, and then through a force main to North Britannia. Stormwater, each development parcel will independently manage its stormwater discharges. Something's very important is we need full master plans for water, wastewater, and stormwater. There's been a lot of preliminary engineering work done, but it needs to be put into master plans, and staff are suggesting that be one of the conditions of consideration of bylaw adoption if it moves that far. All right. Power, there's an existing substation in North Britannia. It's going to require significant upgrading, particularly for that surf park. The applicant will be responsible for that and has been in discussions with BC Hydro. Currently no natural gas supply near South Britannia. We understand the applicant has had preliminary discussions with Fortis BC, but we don't know where those stand, and there's been no decisions on getting natural gas to South Britannia. Next slide, please, Kim. RGS Steering Committee, I was not part of this. I can let Kim expand on it if the board wishes, but there was a meeting on August 18th at which South Britannia and Furry Creek were both discussed. There's a number of comments. Some of the key themes were the need for complete communities, not just residential, need to address climate change, the degree to which the developments align with the RGS and OCP, need adequate fire protection, adequate water and sewer, and need opportunities for public access to the waterfront, including parks. So next steps, again, subject to whatever resolutions the board comes forward with today, is that staff will go away and continue to work with the applicant to resolve all remaining issues. If that is done, staff will then prepare amending bylaws, both OCP and rezoning, bring them to the board for consideration of first reading, along with a report. Also bring forward a draft of the term sheet that lays out everything, amenity contributions, so on, that would be the basis of the development agreement. And that would be presented to the board at the same time as consideration of first reading. And next slide, which is thank you for your time, board, and staff opens it up for discussion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vance. Does anyone have any questions to start? Director Race, go ahead.
Thank you. So this will be the question part, not the comment part. But I'm curious about the residential density issue. It's raised in Mr. Chalmers' letter, and you raised it in your presentation. And I'm looking at on page 28 of 51 of the staff report, where it has the overhead sort of schematic. When you talk about the south part, I assume what we're talking about then is the south part of the highway, just the area that's more or less inshore from Manatee Bay Park. And that shows as being where a resort is with a lot of little cabins and so forth. And so are you suggesting that we should be moving basic residential density into that area, and would it fit without impacting the resort?
Director Race, the suggestion is, and there's been no detailed discussions with the applicant on this, that there be some movement. We're not talking about half or anything like that, but there be a little bit of movement. We would suspect probably townhouse into a portion of the south area. In other words, on the other side of the tunnel, where some of the cabins and glamping are. We're not suggesting that all be taken out of there. We think there could be the two uses in there, but we don't know what the number is. I don't want to suggest it'd be 100 or 75 or 200. It's something, again, subject to the board concurring, that we would like to go away and work with the applicant on to see how we can fit some of it in there and what it looks like then in the north area with a little bit of the residential pressure taken off.
And so what are the problems you foresee with what's proposed right now as far as density? And I'm looking at the the slide that's in front of me, slide 1 of 19, where it looks like right around that wave pool, for example, there's a concentration of I guess those are apartment buildings. I mean, does that create some kind of issue? Vehicle traffic or something like that? Is there some issue with that?
I'll answer the first part of that, and then I invite Kim to weigh in on it because she's had more discussions. The Director Race, the issue is less the apartment. It's more the townhouse. So if something were to move to the south area, we believe it would be townhouse, and there has been some work done on what the townhouses look like in the north area as proposed, and I'll let Kim weigh in on that further.
So staff met with the applicants about the density. The applicants hired acoustics to present us with a number of potential scenarios. I think one thing to bear in mind is what's being proposed are strata roads. So they're very narrow. There's no room on either side for parking. And so we looked at what was presented and we said, based on our experience, we want to see driveway aprons in front of these townhouses, because we know when townhouses are left without any driveway apron, particularly when they're on a very narrow sort of alley-like street, we get problems where there are cars splayed out into the drive aisles. It becomes a real problem for parking. It becomes a problem for public safety, for firefighting, for any kind of access to the neighborhoods. We see this again and again. And so we've said for the zoning here, we want to see a driveway apron in front of each garage that will accommodate a vehicle. They showed us a number of examples of that. And what we found was that there was just, the site was just so tight. There was very little breathing room. There was very little ability to have any kind of visitor parking. It just became basically sort of an unlivable site. And we foresee that in the future, once these houses and townhouses are sold and there are people living there, that there will be problems in terms of parking. We've seen this before. it's for the same reason we required a driveway apron for the townhouses that are at the Britannia North project that Britannia Oceanfront Development Corporation had a development permit for. So that was the nature of the issue, is we just see there's just not enough elbow room. We question why such a large portion of the remaining site has been left in such a low density situation. And we've stated, why can't some of the density from up here be brought down here? And we think it'll make for a much more livable, workable development. And there has been resistance from the developer. They want to see this glamping use that will take up, much of this southern portion of the site.
Thank you. And that, just while we're on that, so the other two questions, and it sort of comes out of the previous discussion we just had, is what is the maximum height of the buildings proposed? Is that 6 stories? Are those 5 or 6 stories? These apartment buildings that are around the wave pool look like the highest buildings.
Yes, through the chair, our understanding is that they would be 6-story, predominantly frame. If they're mixed use, obviously the first story would have to be concrete, but our understanding is that they cap out at 6 stories.
And would they be sprinklered? Has there been any consideration of requiring sprinklering throughout?
I'll let Kim answer that.
That would be a requirement given our last presentation.
Thank you. I'll stop there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go on, does anybody want the image still up? Is it helpful to have the map, or would you like to remove the screen share at this time? Doesn't matter. I find it helpful just to see the layout of it. So my next on the list is Director Elliott, and then I have Director Rainbow. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have so many questions, but I'll just try and limit it to a few and then pass the baton. One of the solutions that you've suggested to sort of this sort of scrunched in density is to move it to the south. But the other solution is to not have a wave pool. It is low density employment that takes up a lot of room. And when I look at the OCP and the zoning bylaw, what was to be created here is a community, not a destination. And it was, and the way that I was sort of following the last board's discussion about this property was to set aside commercial and employment space, not necessarily with a proponent in mind, but just to make sure that there's space available for jobs. So to me, when I look at the overall layout, I guess I would say, is that a possible solution? Is that we actually move the employment land somewhere else, because the institutional use is tucked off into a corner towards the highway, the field, and the community center. And then the neighborhood commercial is tucked off in the other opposing corner of this development. And so if this is my neighborhood, if this is supposed to be my walkable community, I've got to work my way around a wave pool and a hotel to get to the neighborhood commercial. And then if my kid's playing soccer, then I got to go across town to do that. Like it's being built around a resort. It's not being built around what I think the OCP intended, which is a neighborhood where people can also work and have most of their daily needs met. And so is it a solution to actually just pitch the wave pool and create a higher density jobs per meter squared kind of idea, which I think is where the last board was trying to get to?
I could comment on that
Go ahead.
briefly, and then allow Kim to wade in. Some of you know I've been involved in this project off and on, this application since 2014. There's been various ideas put forward as to what may be appropriate. in the way of employment uses down there. There was a desire by the board to see more jobs down there than what were originally envisioned. And so this is what they've come forward with most recently. It certainly does take up a significant area of land, and a lot of what would take place there is in some way associated with it. One of the challenges in the past, and there have been a variety of studies done by consultants on this, is what would make sense in the way of employment down there if it's not something of a destination use such as this. What would work there? And there's agreement certainly that some commercial there to serve the needs of the community would make sense, as the OCP had envisioned. But in terms of other forms of employment that are not directly tied to the community, no one has been able to come up with anything to date that makes a lot of sense there. We looked at industrial at one point, that didn't seem to fly. Office, again, why would anybody go down there to use it other than the local residents? So certainly finding the appropriate employment generating uses has been a challenge.
Where in the application do we talk about climate change? And I think this is related to the lack of natural gas access to the site. It doesn't need natural gas. But I didn't see anything in the overview that really addresses the fact that they're building into a time when we have to achieve net zero. And so what in this proposal speaks to that?
I think it's something, Kim, I'll let you address that. You've got more intimate knowledge than I do of what discussions have taken place to date on the climate change side.
Thank you. I guess in terms of the construction, the climate change aspects will be regulated through the BC Building Code and in future the STEP code as we phase that in. So that'll cover off the built form. There is, a transit hub being considered for this site. And so, those are the main sort of climate change aspects of this development.
But could we not mandate a STEP code level in the rezoning? Do we not have the discretion to do that?
We absolutely can. And by the time this rolls into the construction phase, it's highly likely that we will have the STEP code fully mandated.
Yeah. Okay, my last question then is, it talks in the proposal about like the number of jobs created. What is the average wage of those jobs? And that's something that's missing from this. And will they be actually, where do these people live that work at the wave pool? Because I can tell you 50 units won't be enough for 600 jobs. And no one will be able to afford the houses they're building there. So there's a whole workforce component here that makes zero sense to me.
Through the chair, that we have seen no numbers that would indicate what the average wages would be. Obviously, a lot of the jobs would be surf park or tourist accommodation oriented. The applicant believes that some number of the people working at South Britannia would choose to live there and arguably could afford to live there, but there's been no analysis done on that. Certainly, we do expect that a number of the people that are working there would be probably living up in Squamish and even further afield than that. So certainly, I don't think anybody believes that most of the people that are working there will also live there.
Thank you. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Director Rainbow.
Thank you. I'm really not sure where to start. I guess I should say to begin with that I would really like to see something developed on this site. It's been sitting there vacant for so long. They've been going through the motions in terms of planning for a number of years now. So I'd really like to see something developed, but a couple of things. One, when Kim was talking about the parking and the need for aprons in front of garages and so on, whenever Furry Creek was, or Oliver's Landing was planned, we didn't have the same level of oversight from the SLRD because we have narrow streets through here. We have aprons in front of garages that are not long enough to accommodate a car. We have some garages that are actually used to put cars in, but most of them are used for storage or home gyms or something like that. And the result is we have cars, you know, a third of them sitting out in the roadway. We have, and it is a problem. It's a problem for, it's certainly a problem if we had to have emergency vehicles coming in here. So I think that really does need to be addressed. That's just one little sort of example that highlights what Kim's talking about there. Second thing, natural gas is not available right now in Britannia or Furry Creek. And I've talked to Fortis a number of times, and the likelihood of natural gas coming to those areas is slim to none. It would involve a huge investment, and it doesn't seem as though there will ever be enough people to warrant it. But as Mayor Elliott said, why do we want natural gas anyway? Why should we be looking at that? We should be trying to move away from fossil fuels. So if we don't have natural gas, are we mandating that everything must be electric, or can we mandate that? Because the alternative is propane. And then, well, I suppose there's another alternative. We could have liquid natural gas, but either one, you need tanks and you need some sort of delivery system. So where does all that fit in the community? Where is the gas stored that can, or are we going to say no gas and as I say, mandate that it's electric? And if we do that, can we think about installing solar panels right from the start? Not that it will supply all of the electricity needed, but it would certainly supply some. And thirdly, to look at that at the wave park. When I first heard of that, and most of the people I've talked to in the area think, what on earth is all that about? Now, I have spoken to people in Squamish who say, that would be great. We'd love to go down there and use it. But do we have a business plan for that? Do we have any idea at all of how many people are they talking about to make that go? What does that do to the traffic into the area? And can you really operate that year round? Those kinds of questions are the ones that are being talked about in the community, and I'd like to see some answers to them. And the last thing I had, I noticed that note that there's a waterside walkway to the north part of their property, and if that's the case, I think we should write sort of at the time the place is being developed, be working on extending that walkway through to Britannia North, and not just be a walkway, be a cycle path as well. Because we would want to encourage people from North Britannia who use Manatee Bay as a recreation site. That's not going to be just exclusive to South Britannia. People from North Britannia use it, and we really should be providing a way for them to get there without having to drive their cars down there and park. So that would require an oceanside or a south side walkway along the next to the railway. I don't know if that's feasible, but we need to be looking at that. If it's not feasible on that side, then we need to build in a park, a cycle path and walkway on the other side of the highway that allows people to get down there without driving their cars down. Thank you.
if I might, on the last matter, certainly, yes, we have had some discussions with the applicant on that. The waterfront trail, and this goes back a ways, but as I recall from previously being involved in this, it's Crown land to the north of the applicant's holdings, and there's a number of complex issues with getting the waterfront walkway extended north. Never say never, but could be a long time. Where we're more focused is on trying to find a way to extend the multi-use trail north of the applicant's holdings on the east side of Highway 99 up into North Britannia. Certainly the OCP does envision the communities being connected and being one Britannia community ultimately. There are issues with the road widening through there, plus that large cliff face with getting everything in there. But that is something certainly that we do want to further explore with the applicant and perhaps others as to how that happens.
Okay, any other questions at this time? Director Richmond, and then Director Demare, and then Director Birch-Jones.
So I have a number of hopefully quick questions, and then I'll save my comments for after I hear everybody's questions. With regards to the density in the residential areas and the proposal, you know, it mentions in the report that the RGS, you know, speaks to the need for complete communities, but doesn't go into much more detail. I'm wondering how this proposal does relate to the RGS when it comes to diverse communities, diversity of housing. You know, we really have one type of housing here, and we're talking about 2,000 plus people in one type of housing. So I'm wondering how that relates to our RGS with regards to healthy, diverse communities. Maybe I'll ask two questions, and then I can ask a couple more after. At the village, when we get development applications, we run it by our fire chief. You know, I've heard concerns about the narrow strata roads and fire access. How do we at the SLRD vet plans for fire safety? Is that through Ms. Morgan, or how does that work? And then I got a couple more questions. Thanks.
Can you, Kim, if you could address that, please?
Sure. Through the chair, with respect to Director Richmond's question about how this relates to the RGS does call for a range of housing units. This proposal mostly looks at grade-oriented townhouses with some apartments. You know, it's a challenging thing to create a housing mix. You know, we talk about climate change. I think the days of providing single-family housing are coming to an end because, of course, they are the least sustainable form of housing. If we're talking about housing people for the cheapest amount of money on the smallest piece of land. And so, yes, while this project doesn't provide the full spectrum of housing, it does provide a range of housing unit sizes within the development, and I think that sufficiently meets the RGS in terms of that aspect. And in terms of fire safety, yes, we do refer plans to our various departments in the SLRD for comment. But just generally speaking, in terms of this particular project and the size of the strata roads proposed and the issue that Director Rainbow spoke to at Furry Creek, we know without any referrals to any departments that when we do these kinds of small strata roads with absolutely no driveway aprons down alleys, that we will have parking problems and we'll have issues because, as most of us know, most people actually don't park in their garages. Their garages become places for stuff and other things. So in any case, this will be reviewed for fire safety by Ms. Morgan.
I look forward to seeing that because I see some real challenges from a fire safety approach, regardless of the department conversation we had earlier. A few more questions. The transit hub that's been put, or the space for a transit hub that's been put aside, and maybe staff and maybe some of my colleagues could add perspective to this because they have hubs in their bigger hubs in their communities. Is that an ample size space to be put aside for a proper transit hub moving into the future, recognizing that we will hopefully have more and more transit and less cars? So I'm just wondering if that transit hub is contemplating the future. With regards to the school site, I'm wondering if, maybe this is just for clarity, because you did cover it, but the school district is not contemplating a site at this point. Does that therefore mean no land is being put aside for it? So if ever it was decided there was the need, is there space for a school? Sorry, and then I have two more and then I'll pass it on.
Through the chair, with respect to the school site, no, there is in this plan no school site being set aside. I've worked on other plans, and I believe a previous one for here where there was the opportunity for a school site, but in the fullness of time, if it was not required, that it could be used for other purposes. So certainly in zoning, there's nothing that stops a site from having a range of potential uses on it. But in this case, in this plan, no, there is no anticipation of a school site.
Okay, and with regards to the transit hub, are we confident that that's going to serve future needs as transit changes over time, or do we need to consider perhaps setting a bigger site aside?
Through the chair, a good question. I don't believe, Kim, you can confirm that there's been any detailed discussion about the size. Certainly we can go back and work on the applicant with that. The consultants that they are using on the project for their traffic work have got a lot of experience, including with transit hubs. So it's certainly something we can further explore with them to make sure that as the development proceeds, in whatever form it proceeds, that it is large enough.
Okay, yeah, that's some sort of detail I'd like to see compared to other transit hubs to make sure we're planning for the future. So I'd ask staff to bring that detail back, please. Last two questions really quickly. Community center, where as an amenity, there'll be a shell built, same sort of thing. Where do the upfront costs come from to put it together, staff it, administer it before we even have a full population there? So how does that work? And the last question is on the environmental side. I don't know anything about wave pools. If we're talking about this thing year round, I'm wondering what the environmental impacts and the GHGs footprint is of something like a wave pool year round in our climate. Thanks for your patience. Those are my questions for now.
To the chair, with respect to the community center, there has not been, and there certainly needs to be further discussion with the applicant. They've said, okay, we'll build this 6,000 square foot shell. Well, what does that mean? What would be the cost of finishing it? Because they're saying we'll build the shell, regional district, you decide how you want to program it and do the interior accordingly. Maybe we should be figuring that out now. The timing of the community center, we believe should happen early in the project. As people come there, there should be a public indoor gathering place. But again, there's been no detailed discussion about exactly when that gets built. And we should certainly get an estimate of, okay, if the suggestion is that the regional district finish it, well, what are we talking about there dollar-wise? With respect to the wave pool environmental impact, I've seen no discussion or documentation on that. Through to Kim, have you seen anything on that?
Through the chair, I've not seen anything in terms of the environmental impact. Previously, it was there was some discussion about the wave garden in terms of the numbers Staff were privy to the applicant's discussions with Wave Garden. We agreed that that would be kept private because there are issues in terms of their business. But we did see a proposal, and we are confident that there would be this project would be highly used by not only the local Squamish-Whistler community, but by the larger region, because this would be the only project of its kind in southern BC.
Just to follow up, Chair. I wasn't questioning the numbers in terms of how many people are going to use it. I'm wondering about if this fits in line with the climate direction that we're trying to set in the SLRD. Again, I have no idea. It might be very low footprint. I don't know, but it seems like it would have environmental impact. So that's also a level of detail I would like to see if we're going to contemplate this application.
Yeah, through the chair, we haven't asked about, sort of the energy consumption of this facility. Just sort of going back in time, though, and also related to some of Director Elliott's previous comments. This is basically the developer's response to the previous Mayor of Squamish's request to add a lot more employment uses to this site. So in the previous iteration of this project, the proposal was primarily residential. And so the applicants were sent away after a previous meeting with the board and told to come back with some employment uses. So this was essentially their response to that. So that's how this Wave Garden came about. And to Director Richmond's comments, we can look into what kind of environmental footprint in terms of in electricity use, et cetera, that this kind of facility would utilize.
Okay, thank you. Director Demare, and then Director Birch-Jones, and then Director Elliott, and then Director Race. Sal, we can't hear you. Give it another try.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I drive down to the Sea Sky corridor on a regular basis to Vancouver. And this summer, I paid attention to the parking alongside the highway to the Manatee Bay. And I was amazed how many vehicles park alongside that road and how far up and how far back they park. So the question is the Manatee Bay Park going to be a private park or is it going to be a public park? And if it's a public park where anybody can go into that park, how is that going to be managed? I just see it being overrun once it gets developed as a park.
Through the chair, an excellent question, and it's one that's been discussed in the past. The OCP desire is that it be a public park that would be under the control and management of the regional district. As the director observed, even right now, while it's not legally accessible, it's private land across the CNR tracks. Yes, it's very heavily used, and one can only imagine that if it becomes an official park and that there is a safe and legal access to it via an overpass, that there'll be even heavier demands placed on it. I would think that there, even if there were to be hundreds of parking spots set aside for it, it wouldn't be sufficient at some time of the year. So it certainly is an issue as to how that will be managed. Part of it will be an exercise in how it's programmed. I believe the vision to date generally has been that it'll be relatively modest improvements to it, maybe a picnic shelter or two, a couple of washrooms, some picnic tables, some waste cans and so on. But beyond that, there wouldn't be a lot. But even if there isn't a lot, we do know it's very popular for kayakers and just people generally who want to hang out down there.
Okay, I've got one more question and it relates to the wade pool. I presume it's going to be heated water and it's going to be chlorinated. And I'm just wondering, when they have to do maintenance on it, if they have to drain it, it's going to be a lot of water. Where would it go? I think that needs to be part of the environmental assessment for it.
Through the chair, we'll go back and ask those questions of the applicant to make sure we have the correct answers for the board.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Director Needham. I see your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. With respect to Manatee Bay Park, as Mr. Vance stated, it's been in our OCP and it's always been the regional district's intention to seek ownership of Manatee Bay Park as a regional park. And for any of the board who have been to Manatee Bay, it is a real gem. And I think one of the challenges for the SLRD in managing that park will be in how to not kill the goose that laid the golden egg, because it is such a gem and we don't want to see excessive development. We know that people will go there, but we don't want to see a lot of development there. Ultimately, it will be managed by the SLRD. We'll have to create some sort of park service for that to pay for ongoing maintenance and cleanup of the park and payment for some of the limited facilities that'll be down there.
Okay, thank you. Next on my list is Director Birch Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I just, along the lines of what Sal was saying, I first was kind of excited to hear about the Manatee Bay Park. And then as I looked at these plans, I realized that it would probably be completely impractical to stop there as part of the traveling public, because this area will be consumed with parking and traffic problems the way that it's laid out. The layout gives me a headache when I just think of especially now, okay, so maybe the question is, can we please separate this surf park or wave garden as a euphemism? This is a massive use of energy and water, catering to a very specific population and introducing, and it may be very much so a destination. It probably should be called a surf park application with a community kind of built around it as far as possible. I wonder if we could separate that out and look at those two things independently. They do say it will be a substantial power demand. It will be a massive power demand, and I would like to see that be a carbon neutral facility if it was going to be justified in our larger context of climate change and our concerns on that front. I'm not sure that the attitude of CN to say, well, we'll maybe come to the table after we get through third reading is kind of adequate position at this point, that needs to be resolved earlier in the process. And I also did think about looking at the surf park accidents and first aid facilities and health facilities. And that sort of follows on the heels of Mayor Richmond's comments about, is this really a complete community? Or is it really kind of a resort development around a wave pool? And I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Director Elliott.
Thanks. One of the things I know, it says that flooding isn't an issue, so I'm not walk that whole shoreline. So that will accommodate 1 meter of sea level rise.
Oh, we have Mr. Walker on, one of the engineers, but I'm not sure if Mr. Walker has investigated that particular issue. I don't know, Brian, if you're there, I don't know if you can address it or not.
I am here, and can you hear me?
Yes.
I have not certainly looked into that, but just thinking about back to Furry Creek, it's being addressed there, and it certainly can be addressed at Britannia.
Yeah, that's one of the things is that that's a provincial mandate to accommodate 1 meter of sea level rise by 2100. And then of course, anticipating when we blow past that, the space we might need to protect the built environment is something to keep in mind. And then in my research on these types of wave pools, they often are booking people in 1 hour increments and guaranteeing them so many waves per hour. And so I guess what I want to know is that the model for this pool? So it's not a place where people are coming to spend necessarily hours and hours. So what is the flow through of traffic? Because with the traffic patterns contemplated, we have a lot of people now driving through this community because of the right in, right out accesses. So I guess, yeah, I'd like more details on the operating model if this is what the proponent is going to push ahead with, and how many cars that means per day, because those are long operating hours potentially. And I agree with Director Rainbow about is it actually open in the winter? Is this year-round employment, or has this got a big shoulder season where the employment is much, much less?
Through the chair, my understanding on the last question is that they are planning on having this operating pretty much year-round. Obviously, I would imagine the number of people who wish to use it in the winter is less than in the summer, but they do see it as a year-round facility. But certainly we can get more information on that and how they envision it operating. Just for clarity, well, it's called a Wave Garden. Wave Garden is a company that advises on the construction and operation of these kind of facilities. There's a few of them around the world, but they are not the operators. It will be whoever is operating, and they will seek advice from Wave Garden. So it's a trade name that they use, but we just call it a surf pool in the material we put together.
Thank you.
Okay, next I have Director Race, and then I have Director Rainbow after that.
Thank you. And it's back to this discussion around the school site, because I can recall back in the 90s when Furry Creek was first transferred and Tanit came on. A friend of mine was on the school board, and they now contemplated a lot of people in this area. And he told me that they had placed a reserve on a piece of land for a school. And he didn't tell me where, and I didn't ask. But does staff know, does that, and I would think that that would be for the whole Furry Creek, Britannia North and South area, not just this particular area. But does staff know whether or not that reserve still exists? It may not exist on this site, but does it exist somewhere around this area?
I'm not aware of any reserve site. Every time that we have proposed a site to the school district, they've not been interested.
Well, I'll leave it for comments then. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Rainbow, go ahead. No, we can't hear you. Director Rainbow, we can't hear you.
How about now? Can you hear me now? Sorry about that. I have some comments about schools. But this site is used extensively from time to time, extensively in terms of area, by movie companies, and I know they rent the space. So, and Manatee Bay is one of their favorites. Own the park, and it is a regional park, and they want to make movies there. Will we be in a position to be able to collect the rent? Will we have guaranteed access for the movie company to Manatee Bay?
Through the chair, once Manatee Bay is a regional park, the SLRD will have control of the park, probably much to the chagrin of the movie industry. And so it would be up to the SLRD how they wanted to utilize that, and if they wanted to rent it to private parties or not. That would be open for further discussion, but we haven't gotten into sort of ongoing management details of the park at this point.
Yeah. Well, can I just make a comment about the water, Chair, if you don't mind? I asked that question when this was first described to me. And that year round, it won't be heated. And I got the impression it was water coming out of the sound. It wasn't treated water. I may be wrong on that, but that's the impression that they left with me.
Go ahead, Director Needham.
I can't speak to the water use. I believe it is coming from the sound too, but I'd have to clarify that. To Director Elliott's previous comments about usage, I'm just looking at usage, and it looks like it's roughly 29 experts or 20 beginners at a time per hour. It's rented out on an hourly basis. So you could expect up to 20 users per hour.
Okay. Did anybody else have any? Director Richmond, go ahead. And then Director Elliott.
One last question for me anyway. A question to staff from a planning perspective. You know, I keep picturing, 1,005 units, 2,000 plus people, 2,500 people. We're talking about the Wave Park as one commercial outlet. Is it appropriate? And then there's some of the regular food and beverage, grocery store, that sort of thing set aside. But looking ahead to a community of, call it 2,500 people, in my experience, that takes at least 15 barbers, a few physios, some offices, a vet, or all those sorts of things. So I'm just wondering, from a planning perspective, if we've really contemplated, again, future thinking about what this community looks like, and does it have the proper room to grow and become a complete community, in this case, from a commercial side. So is there enough room to grow for all those barbers down the road? That's my question.
Through the chair, I can speak to that. There is more commercial proposed here than was expected by the OCP. And I think it's also important to remember that there is also going to be commercial built at Britannia North through the Britannia Oceanfront Development Corporation proposal in the old heritage area of Britannia Beach. There is also a commercial component proposed for the future Furry Creek development. So between those three communities, there will be significant commercial uses.
Okay, next I have Director Elliott and then Director Crompton.
I'm going to pass.
Director Crompton. Thank you.
I'm glad that we're ensuring there'll be enough hairstylists, and I appreciate that Director Richmond is checking in on that.
Oh, Jack, if you're still.
That was one of my concerns too, Jack.
Did I turn off my mute somehow?
You did. That was weird. Go ahead.
I appreciate that Director Race and I are going to uphold the hairstyles of the Sea to Sky. Well done, us. Through the chair to Director Needham, can we hold land as part of an agreement for a potential future need for the school district? I appreciate they may not want to enter into an agreement now, but as part of this agreement, could we decide that the regional district would hold it?
Yes, through the chair. That's commonly done. And oftentimes the land is held with sort of a time reverter, whereby if in say 10 or 15 years, the school district has still not decided to utilize the site for a school, then it will revert to whatever use is zoned for or planned for.
Yeah, and then secondly, when we talk about and maybe this is for Mr. Vance, but I'm happy to hear from anyone. When we talk about a transit hub, as I saw it, it seemed to me that we were going to take buses right into the middle of this development. Is that correct?
Through the chair, at this point, to the best of my knowledge, there'll be that local transit hub up near the wave pool. I don't know what the plan is in terms of then running that bus through the remainder of the neighborhood.
I would, and maybe I'll restrict it to my comments. Thank you very much. Appreciate your answers.
Okay, it appears we are ready for comments. I do see that it's 11:40. Shall we carry on with comments? Okay, let's do comments. Any comments? Director Crompton, Director Rainbow, Director Race.
We made a number of very specific comments when we had the opportunity to consider this last time. And in my opinion, this is much closer to what would be realistic. The number of units in the previous application to me was, far, far, far beyond anything that was realistic. And one of the pieces of input that was provided in all of the conversations I had with residents who live near this development was this concept that there needs to be some level of employment there so that not everyone who lives there has to get on a road to find employment. I see our region as increasingly a incredible spot for tourism. I think that the work that's being done in Squamish and Whistler and Pemberton and all along the corridor, I think sets us up really well to deliver terrific tourism opportunities. We already do. I sat down and looked at this and thought to myself, we've asked for jobs and this is what they've come back with. If this is not what we want, what industry are we asking them to engage in? Previously, I might have said office. In our current context, I think that is not something that we would ask anybody to engage in. And so for me, I like this direction. I think hotel jobs are good jobs. I think the opportunity to bring people to this place that I think is one of the most beautiful in the world is lower impact than the alternatives that we have had in these locations in the past. I think that we have an opportunity here to push towards a real tourism center. It's not perfect. I have a lot of things that I would like to see improved about it. I'm not so sure that a surf garden is the ideal, but I do like that it's focused on the tourism industry. And then I will say, I hope that we can find a way to not have transit buses leave the highway. I understand that it'll be very difficult to get MOTI to give us laybys in any significant way, but if there is opportunities for pedestrians to move under the highway and not have buses leave the highway and have laybys that maybe function more like a rest area than they would function as a full transit hub, I think we'll have a far more effective transit system. This will be a walkable neighborhood, hopefully that walks to a bus that pulls off the road, picks up the people that are waiting and moves on. That is the nature of regional transit. I don't think the nature of regional transit is 3 stops through, residential neighborhoods. I think the best kind of regional transit is quick, is accessed by foot by the majority of the residents. And so I hope that that's what we see from the transit network. And finally, I'll say that Manatee Bay, in every conversation I've ever had with anyone from that area, is a no-go zone for additional density. So it'll be interesting. This will go to public process, and I expect the people that came out last time will come out again and will be very clear in their desire to not see us put lots and lots of residential accommodation down there. I really connected to what Director Needham said about we do not want to destroy what is so critical to the region, and we can destroy it in a number of ways, maybe putting a whole bunch more residential, but also I think we'll need to be very conscious and intentional in the way we manage access to it from visitors. Thank you for this presentation. I thought it was thorough and helpful for me.
I see Director Needham has a comment. Do you want to stop sharing your screen? Thank you. Just, it makes it easier for me to see your face. And then go ahead with your comment, and then we'll go back to Director Rainbow and Director Race.
Yeah, through the chair, I just wanted to be clear that it is not the staff's intention or the developer's intention to add any development to the Manatee Bay area on the Manatee Bay side of the tracks. There is the small hotel that is proposed further up from Manatee Bay, but we have no intentions of ever allowing residential development at that site.
Thank you.
Director Rainbow, go ahead.
Thank you. As I said at the earlier, I'm really keen to see something happen in this area, and I know that the people of Britannia, as it exists, and the people of Furry Creek really want to see some development happening here. For us, one of the things we sent the proponents away with was a direction to provide some employment, and they certainly have done that. My comments about the wave park, and so on, and I guess I shouldn't even be making these comments. I just worry that it will work. Whether there will be enough people to go there on a year-round basis to keep all those jobs, and the question would be, as a business, what happens to that site? do we need to think about that now, or is that not our business? And then I have some comments about the changing. The delivery of education is changing. But nevertheless, having said that, if you look at what exists at the moment, we have a school bus going from Britannia to Squamish right now. We have more development by units at this place. How many kids is that going to attract? You know, how many kids are going to be there? You could say half the people don't have kids. Okay, so the other half do. We can have 3 to 6. And if we're interested in climate change, we really need to be thinking about that now. And that's not including Furry Creek. As Furry Creek develops, there are going to be kids there as well. There are some already there, deliver their kids to school either down in West Vancouver or in Squamish. So I really think we should be talking to the school district now. Well, that's what I thought. Site that was designated for school, and so I think that we should be doing that, because I just don't see how in the long term they're going to be able to bus those kids. If they bus all those kids into Squamish, they've got room in, so not for that many. So that's something we should be doing. We wherever that site is, we should be designating a site for school. And the other conversation, we won't always be putting children in bricks and mortar schools. And as we move forward, there'll be more and more children being educated at home. There'll be still be though delivered face to face. So do we want those children that live in Britannia Beach to be driven into Squamish to get those services, or do we want facilities provided in our community? If it's going to be a complete community, you know, a master plan community, then that's one of, not just hairdressers we need to worry about, but speech therapists and educational psychologists and people like that, places for them to work. So it's either going to be a school or it's got to be some other facility that will allow that kind of service to be provided within the community. Now's the time to think about that and not try to play catch up in 10 years' time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Director Race.
Thank you. Interesting, and I will say this is, I guess, the third of these presentations that I've seen over the years, and I think we are making progress. I will say that, getting closer to where I think the board wants to go. The first thing is with respect to this tunnel under the road issue. The idea of a one-lane tunnel to me is just a non-starter. When I look at that road, it's what I'd call in Squamish, if it was in a neighborhood in Squamish, I'd call it a connector road, which tends to be wider and a little bit more robust than even a neighborhood road serving single family homes or apartment buildings or something. And so that road will service a couple of thousand people potentially. And I think it has to be a robust road system. The idea of making left turns onto the highway, I agree, is just also a non-starter. That'd never work if without signals. So I think we have to be firm on that particular issue. The wave pool issue does trouble me a little bit, and I have to admit at this point I'm kind of ambivalent. I'm not a surfer, but I know people surf year-round at Tofino, which is a little bit more chilly than Squamish generally. You know, and I think anybody that surfs in this area has a wetsuit. So it is feasible in my mind to do it year-round. It's feasible to do it with salt water. Kit's Pool, for example, is a saltwater pool, and it's a great way to swim. And they heat it and chlorinate it in the summertime. So there are ways to do it, I think. But I do take the point that Director Elliott raised, and that to me is relatively low density employment. And I question whether it's the best use of the land. We certainly do want employment, and they have offered employment, but we just, for example, in Squamish, we had an issue in our business park, and we had some very thoughtful comments from a commercial realtor who indicated that there was a lot of demand in the Squamish area from businesses moving out of the lower mainland who couldn't afford the prices in the lower mainland and were relocating to Squamish just because there was available space in the business park. And so for light industrial, for example, craft industries and craft breweries, things of that nature. And it doesn't have to be ugly. I'm not talking about something that'll sort of bring the neighborhood down. With proper landscaping and some proper development permit guidelines, these can be relatively attractive areas, and they can fit into a development like this and offer employment that is not kind of entry-level part-time employment like you might expect to find around a pool of some kind. I'm not familiar with the operation, but I look at it like most other tourist businesses where we talked about a Great Wolf Lodge one time in Squamish. Those types of things do attract different levels of employment, and there's a lot of them at the very low level in sort of the minimum wage level. And that raises all kinds of issues. And the thought that they're all going to come and live in Squamish, with respect, is almost laughable. We're having difficulty with the people that are already here, trying to find housing for them. So I do question whether it's the best use of the land. I can take the point that there won't be natural gas there. I think that's highly unlikely. But when I lived in Whistler and they started the town center development, there was no natural gas up there either. But the restaurants insisted on gas for cooking. And so they ended up with a propane system. And that required tanks, a delivery system, which up in Whistler was actually a rail car and a siding and Mons. So there's tanks and all the infrastructure that goes with that I think we have to contemplate if we're going to have restaurants, because whether we like it or not, and I'm not a restaurateur, but I think they will insist on something like that for their food preparation. I take staff's point on the density issue. I agree. It's been one of the problems I've seen locally. And it is, I'm sure there are standards for the lower mainland, for example, and on how many cars you can fit into a certain space and stuff. What we find in this area is a lot of people have pickup trucks, which are significantly larger. And so even if you do provide aprons, they have to be long aprons. Otherwise, the tail end of the truck sticks out into the fire lane and it creates all kinds of problems. So there's that issue, there's visitor parking issue, and I agree with staff on that issue. And I think, the idea of somehow creating a little bit more space down there is certainly reasonable. The community center interior costs issue concerns me. I think of a building like that, and I think of others where we've created a space and we're using it for various municipal purposes, a youth hub, for example. Much smaller space, the interior costs are budgeted somewhere in $1.5 million. That's not a small issue, depending on what we want to put in there. So I think we have to be mindful of that in our discussions with the developer. Try, for example, to maybe have some kind of a vision about it, but I think also we're going to want a contribution towards the completion of that. The transit issue, I'm with Director Crompton on this. I can see where there's sort of some logic in having the bus loop off the highway and going to the center of the development. But I think we have to remember that any bus coming down there is going to almost certainly continue on to Furry Creek, at least if it's sort of the Squamish-Furry Creek connector we've talked about some time ago, or it would continue on to Vancouver. And so we do want as direct and efficient a connection for the people as possible. And the school site is the final comment. And I think we just really have to revisit that issue with the school board. With respect to them, I mean, if you start adding up the numbers of the Fine Peace development, existing Furry Creek, Britannia North development, and there's more potential there, as well as this one. I mean, depending on how many kids show up, you could have 5,000 to 7,000 people there. Right now in Squamish, an area much less than that would justify an elementary school. So if we don't have a school, we're going to have a highway clogged with school buses. So I think we want to revisit that. And you don't necessarily have to, in my mind, provide for the site on this site. Somewhere in that Furry Creek to Britannia North area, there has to be a site available for an elementary school. Not necessarily a high school, but certainly an elementary school. That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Director Needham.
Yes. Just to Director Race and Director Crompton's points about the transit, there is a proposal to have a transit lay-by along the highway where the Galileo coffee shop used to be. So that is being addressed.
Thank you for that clarity. Director Elliott, go ahead.
Scoop, Mike. Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Where to start? I think the issue of this employment use is really very critical to me, because I don't think we have the land or the housing for the wages that would be connected to it. I think that the intention that I heard in following the discussions when this came to the board last time was to set aside land for an employment use that would have more jobs per square meter, and not necessarily this type of use. This is massive. You know, when I read the report, you know, people talk to the jewel that is Manatee Bay. And I think that putting this use there cheapens the jewel that is already there. I think we have a resort in the corridor, and it's called Whistler. And this is the kind of use that when they don't have snow 10 years from now would fit really nicely up in Whistler, so that they can keep all their hotels full. I think that Manatee Bay is special, and what we were trying to do there is build a complete community around a really special place. So I'm not sold on this use, and I, you know, it compares itself to the gondola, but the gondola is there to connect people to nature. And this connects people to certainly activity that a portion of our population likes to do, but it's not in a real and natural way. It's contrived. And also it's a lot of land for 29 people an hour or something. So that concerns me. It's a lot of driving. It takes up a lot of space. And then just the way that it is sitting right now in this community, it cuts it in half. And the sort of community hub aspect that I think would be so important to build, splits the uses, kitty corner, and there's a road that will be quite busy because of the interface and how you can get on and off the highway, sort of doesn't, to me, create a community. It creates this wave pool becomes the center point rather than the community. And I think that is not what the OCP set out to do. You know, Squamish just did its employment lands analysis to look at what's in demand right now and what will be needed over the next 10 to 20 years. And so I think there's information in there that this development could use. We are seeing demand for certain uses, and how you build that sort of 15-minute community and that walkable community is important. I just think when this comes back, the whole issue around climate change needs to be addressed in a very obvious way. the housing forms, I think, are too limited. You know, I think we can do ground-oriented affordable housing, and by providing triplexes and quadplexes. And if flooding's not an issue, then why not a few for people that want a smaller scale home and maybe like a little cottage cluster? I think there's room here to be creative if we can spread out the housing a little bit and not cram it all into one area, because we're trying to make room for this giant wave pool. So I'd like to see more attention paid to that. I am nervous about this idea that we'll just be provided with a shell for the community center, because if we're going to contemplate something like daycare has very specific requirements for indoor space and outdoor space and square footage. And so it's not something that we can just put in there once we have a shell built. Like, you'd have to, if you want daycare there, you have to build it in right from the start. So that kind of idea that we'll just end up with a shell is a bit strange to me. My colleagues mentioned the regional transit piece. The tunnel under the road certainly has to be upgraded. I agree with staff. Just the way that I look at the traffic patterns and how popular getting access to Manatee Bay will continue to be. I think it's important that those 2 lanes are there. I think we have to address sea level rise, as I mentioned. Yeah, I'm not really warm to this idea of a surf park. I think it takes up way too much room for not a lot of return for what we're trying to build here. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Richmond.
So I don't want to repeat a lot of what's been said, but I do want to support a lot of comments. So I'll try to hit them quickly because I think they're important to say. So a lot of what Director Elliott just said regarding the community center, worry about an empty shell, worry about the upfront costs, how that all works. It's always great to be given an asset, and then you got to figure out how to pay for it and manage it and all that sort of thing. So I worry about that. I support staff comments on the underpass, as well as the timing on a lot of these issues. So commercial being built and community center being built in at the same time as the residential, not after. Support those comments. I just feel that in general, I fear that we haven't reached a good planning point on this project for a lot of the reasons that have been mentioned, and that we really need to contemplate what this new community, which is supposed to be a compact, complete community, what it looks like in 20 years and 40 years, and what we've set up there for future generations. Do they have what they need? So I want to make sure that the school site to me is an easy example. I don't know that the school district has any interest in talking to us about this right now. I think the best course of action would be to put a site aside, as discussed, I disagree with the one point with Director Reese. I think a high school has to be contemplated as well. If you're talking up to about 7,000 people in all these communities, I mean, that's about 1,000 kids from K to 12. So you need 2 schools there, and to put those buses full of kids on snowy Highway 99 on Friday afternoons, it seems kind of crazy to me. So I think that has to be contemplated for the future. I'm not against, but I'm not sold on the wave park as an option. I share Director Rainbow's comments that this is it's very much a one industry sort of development, which I get it. You can't be multi-industry, but in the sense that if this how much can this wave pool sustain? And we're being told, when somebody asks some questions about it, well, we don't know who's going to operate it or how that's going to work. So who's actually going to operate this? Who's going to own this liability? And if it is a money eater and they decide they don't want to let it eat their money, what happens next? So I think that is a contemplation. I don't usually get involved in the business plan of developers or projects. That's their business. But if we're building a community around it, I think we have to contemplate it. And I think, the transit's been mentioned. I support that. I want to make sure we've done that adequately. Again, the environmental aspects of the wave park, and if, looking at the numbers with wave park, as Director Elliott said, and the wages and the jobs it supports, if we're saying 29 an hour, that means that's, in a 10-hour day, maximum 300 people coming through there. So that's a lot of infrastructure, around 300 people a day. And I would assume many of those 300 are guests in the hotels and or locals of the community. So I don't know how much access or how much draw this has, especially in the winter months. So does it support that many wages? So I feel there's a risk there. I do appreciate the fact that we asked the applicants to come up with employment opportunities, and that's what they've done, but I don't know that this is the right one. Again, I'm not against it. I'm just not sold on it yet. And again, planning for the community down the road, 20 years, whatever it is, I do worry about the lack of diversity in the housing. I feel we could also spread it out and be a little more creative here. This is a major community that we're looking at here. And again, when we pull into that in 10, 15, 20 years and our fingerprints are on it, I want to make sure that we've contemplated the future and that we're building a healthy, complete community. And I don't feel that that's the case right now. And I feel there's safety concerns with the strata roads, not just parking. And again, part of that viewscape and all that, like, it just doesn't seem like an attractive neighborhood the way it's laid out. And my last concern, I'll circle back to where we started today, which is the whole fire service and how that's going to work in conjunction with this development. We all heard that presentation. There's some major mountains to climb on that. So I'd like to know how the developers really going to step up and be, all the developers there, but are going to step up and be part of that transition. And then I'll leave it at that. Thank you. So those are the items I'd like to see if we're going to consider first reading on an application. It would have to strengthen the items I just mentioned. Thank you.
Okay, any comments from anyone that hasn't made a comment yet? What we have, oh, go ahead, Director Demare.
Yeah, my comment is on the Manatee Bay again. I look at that that south area, and it's basically tourism, with the rental cabins, the glamping spots, and the hotel. And everybody's going to go there is going to go into the park. And never mind the traveling public that will also want to go to the park. So that whole concept, I think some of the things that were mentioned before about putting some more residential units in that area would help that issue. That's all. And like Mike Richmond, I also not really sold on the wave park.
Thank you. I see Director Rainbow. Tony, we can't hear you, Tony.
Well, why don't, yes, that's my mute again. A cautionary note about Manatee Bay. It's been noted that it's beautiful, it's a jewel, and so on and so forth. It's crowded now, even though there's no parking available, even though it's people are crossing the railway line illegally or walking along the railway tracks illegally, getting fined by CN Rail Police as well. That's right now, and mostly people from Britannia North, although there are some that stop along the highway. When this becomes more accessible, we're going to have a bigger problem there than Lions Bay have. I mean, Lions Bay's got tremendous problems in terms of parking and overcrowding in its residential areas. And we should be thinking about that. It's not going to be a park for the traveling public to pull into and enjoy. So just keep that in mind.
If you build it, they will come.
Oh, they're coming anyway.
They're coming anyway. It's, yeah, there's, Director Crompton, did you have something you wanted to say? No? Okay, seeing no other comments at this time, what we have in the report is a series of recommendations. The first of which is to send staff back to work with the applicants on all of the conditions. It's fairly comprehensive in the recommendation, but really it sets out permission to proceed further. Am I correct in that, Director Needham, that that was your intention with that recommendation?
Yes, Chair Ford, we don't do the permission to proceed sort of applications anymore, but essentially what we're looking for is some comments about the application thus far. I think we've received a lot so far. And, you know, in the recommendations, we're talking about going back and resolving a number of these issues with the applicant and preparing a bit of a term sheet for this development.
Okay, so from the conversation today, does anybody have a motion that they would present that they would like to put on the table now? Director Elliott, go ahead.
Just a question to Director Needham. Given all of the feedback that you heard this morning, would it be appropriate to just put forward the motion number 1, that staff go back and work on this and work on that and agree to that term sheet, which is in 1B, and then consider the rest the next time it comes back? Like, do we have to agree to what happens at second reading and third reading and adoption at this time, or can we hold off on those, get the term sheet written and have it come back again?
Yeah, I think that's certainly a good option.
Just because some of your findings might dictate how what we see in 2, 3, and 4 might roll out.
Yeah, and we clearly have a number of items that we still need to address with the developer.
So then I would move item 1, A and B.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that?
And that it come back to a committee of whole for discussion again.
Okay. So move 1A and B and bring it back to committee of the whole at a future date for further discussion. I have that moved by Director Elliott, seconded by Director Demare. I did see Director Race had a comment or question at that point.
It was going to be the same comment. I'm seconding it, but if you need it, but my point really is, I mean, staff have a lot of comments, is that the next time the board sees this should not be first reading, should be, I think, a committee of the whole. And so, I mean, I think we're still a little ways away from first reading.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Anybody else with comments? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call the question. Is there anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all. Okay, so we have 2 more items on our agenda. I'm hungry. We've been 2 hours of screen. Shall we take 30 minutes for lunch? Meet back here at 12:45. I know some people had other commitments at 12:30. Or shall we carry on and finish the agenda and be done with it?
How much more do we expect? Like, what's a guess?
I have no guess other than because what we have is the vision and mission statement discussion. That could be 5 minutes or it could be an hour. And then we have
You vote 5 minutes.
No, no, no. No.
10 minutes.
I second that motion.
That's not a motion. CAO, go ahead, Director Birch-Jones.
Could I suggest a 15-minute break?
Instead of lunch, we do 15 minutes and then come back and wrap it up. Everyone good with that?
No,
right.
I want lunch.
I mean, you can eat while you're here. I have no problem with people eating.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. We'll meet back here at 12:30. Thank you.
Hi, Brian.
Hi.
It's Chris. Sorry, I'll turn my video on. We are keeping the live stream going, but if you want to just mute yourself and turn off your video.
Okay, I don't think I'm needed for these last two items.
Oh, you're right. You're right. You are
So-
free. You are
So
done.
I'll
Sorry.
just leave. Okay, many thanks.
Thank you, Brian.
Bye-bye.
Kristen, are you in Emerald?
Yes.
It's snowing.
It is. It is. Just.
It'll be a fun drive back today.
It shouldn't be too bad. It's not sticking. At least through Whistler. Beyond here, who knows? All right. Looks like most everyone is back. Excellent. Thank you. Okay, 5.4. Review the vision, values, and mission statements. Who wants to start? Director Demare, go ahead.
Yes, I looked at this and I'm really curious how old this is and the last time it was modified. Because there's a few pieces that, well, number one, there's no mention of First Nations. Number two, in the value statement, it talks about using both common sense and best available information. I'm not a proponent of using a word called common sense. And anyway, so the question is, when was the last time it was modified or updated?
So, did I just lose? I think we just lost Director Rainbow. So CAO Helmer was not here when we did our strategic plan at the beginning of this term. Director Clark.
Thanks, Chair. All I can say is that I've been with the SLRD for 7 years, and we haven't done it in 7 years. And I believe when Director Crompton was chair, we talked about the mission statement. Is that ringing any bells, Director Crompton?
Yeah, we did. And we talked about wanting it to be sort of tight and small. And I don't know if we ever, I mean, we'd have to pull the report, but I'm not sure we ever made any official decisions around it.
Okay, I see Director Elliott.
Just for a little bit of clarity, and I did miss a meeting in September and August, but why are we talking about this? Like, where did this discussion come from? Would be helpful to me.
Yes, so I was not, go ahead, CAO Helmer.
Thank you, Chair Ford. So this item had been on the agenda planner, scheduled to be discussed in October from some unknown past date. And so we had a number of other items on the Committee of the Whole agenda for October, and it got bumped over to this month. But because it had been put off a while and a few directors had said, you know what, I think it's something we should be revisiting, we added it onto this agenda. So that's how it's.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's worthwhile revisiting, and I think that it was something we talked about in our strategic planning session as something that needed to be updated. It needs a little bit more work and parameters around how we want to talk about it, what we want to do with it, where our end goal is. So should we defer this discussion for a future date, Director Elliott?
I was going to recommend it would be great to just go around the table and hear people's thoughts on what exists now, and then either use our policy committee or strike a subcommittee just to look at this and bring back a proposal to the board at a future meeting, just so that it goes somewhere. I agree, it could use a refresh.
Yeah, it's certainly something that is worthwhile for sure. Okay, so let's do that. Let's go area A. Give us your thoughts, or I don't have to be formal. Just anyone put up your hand if you have thoughts.
Yeah, like the first thing, I think we're missing the First Nations aspect on it. And I just can't see us using common sense in any statement. I could go into it in quite length, but I don't really want to do it right now.
Fair enough. Director Birch Jones, go ahead.
Common sense was something I liked the best. I know exactly what that means. And I thought it was a very good way to say something complicated in just 2 words. Yes, Sal, we totally need to recognize the First Nations territories and so forth. And I also see in the little pamphlet about the Squamish-Lillooet Regional District that goes out with the tax notices is not a bad little summary of who we are. And I am mostly, with a few amendments, pretty good with the way this sits and like that it's succinct. It does need work though. It needs a refresh and it needs to be dated.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Director Weeb.
I like the common sense part. I think we're lacking it lately in a lot of different ways. I was in a tourism session a couple of weeks ago, and they asked what the mission statement was for the Miyazaki House. And I was basically told that your mission statement should be able to fit on a t-shirt. And I'm yet to figure out how you would do that. So I would like to see First Nations included. I'd like somebody to come up with a way that this would fit on a t-shirt, or any kind of mission statement would. And I'm all for bringing it back at a later date.
Director Race and then Director Richmond.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button. No, I agree with Director Demare, and I would take out, in that value statement, first paragraph, I would just delete the words using both common sense and best available information, because I think that's part of responsible manner inherently, and you don't have to repeat it or say it. And I also agree with the comments that we have to recognize our relationship with the First Nations in our area. And that's it.
Thank you, Director Richmond.
I agree with most of what's being said. Definitely could see a refresher. I don't have a lot to input in terms of wordsmithing it at this point. I wonder if Director Elliott's suggestion of having either go to policy committee or a subgroup to, or if this group prefers all of us doing it at a committee of the whole, but I don't know. I think it's one of those conversations that you want to take your time having, and you put something together and it goes around and around productively, but it goes around and around for a while. So if the will of the board is to do it here now or at a future one together, I'm good with that too. But I think the idea of the subcommittee or the policy committee is a good one.
Okay, I appreciate that feedback. Yeah, this is something that you have to put some time and some goalposts around before you just have at it. Just to hear from anybody else that hasn't already spoken, and to bring you up to speed, Director Rainbow, we're just talking about the vision, values, and mission statement of this report, and talking about the fact that we could delegate this to the policy committee at a future date to update it, refresh it, and then work on it kind of with some intention. So far, we've heard that it's pretty good, but needs some changing, some language changes and some recognition of our relationship with our neighboring communities and First Nations. So Go ahead, Director Abo.
Yeah, first of all, I apologize. Ooh, we had a power cut, and anyway, I'm back online and everything. I think it was a power cut, but I'm back online now. You know, my intent in putting this on there in the first place was that not that we would spend 5 hours going over it today, but that it is something that should be reviewed from time to time, that it does need some tweaking. And so the suggestion of putting it through to a committee, I would agree with 100%. Thank you.
I saw Director Birch Jones had a comment.
Just to the strategic planning, I'm very glad we're going to review the work that we did in January, and maybe by then we could sort of align this a little more closely with that strategic planning work that we did. Climate change, for example, should probably be referenced as one of those overarching things, along with First Nations that we talked about in our strategic planning. And I don't think it needs to be a lot longer, but it could be a little stronger.
Okay, so we can take that away and work on that. Shall we move on to 6? Director Richmond, go ahead.
Do you want a motion to refer this to policy or a subcommittee, or where do you want to take it from here?
I think that would be useful to tender a motion to delegate a review to the policy committee.
Is that the place we wanted to sit? I'm okay with that.
Seems.
Okay, sure, I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Director Elliott. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Director's report number 6. I do not have a verbal update prepared. So we'll pass that one. And 6.2 UBCM debrief. So we did not discuss UBCM at the October meeting, given that we were in the middle of a election for the province. So it was delayed until now. I think it would be useful if anyone has any comments about how UBCM worked for us this year. What did you like about the conference in the virtual format, and any meetings that you attended with ministers? I'll open the floor to anyone who has a comment regarding that. Or we can refer this to another meeting. Director Elliott, go ahead.
I'm mindful it was a bit of a strange UBCM, and in one of our meetings, the minister left the call without telling anybody. I am mindful that we're getting a new cabinet appointed this afternoon, and I am mindful that they will have their mandate letters in the next month or so, maybe quite soon, I don't know. But then I think that we need to look at the issues that we took to UBCM, and there's probably a few others that we didn't, because we had to prioritize which meetings we were going after. But this government now has a 4-year mandate, and I think that enables us to lay out an advocacy plan where we're not going to wonder, well, what if we don't have this government a year from now? And so I think it's important to figure that out and get to know our new ministers. So I think there's actually a much more proactive plan coming out of today. There will be a lot of new faces in cabinet, and they will probably not be familiar with some of the issues that we've raised with the ministers we've been talking to over many, many years. And so it's almost like starting from scratch again to introduce ourselves, help them understand the region and what some of our challenges are. And so I actually think there's probably a longer conversation to figure that out once we know where the mandate of this government is going over the next 4 years.
Thank you. Excellent points. Anyone else have any comments, or Director Demare?
That was my first time with these ministry meetings, and I like the process that was developed with us being able to ask the questions. And when we finally did have the meetings, the different ministries and their representatives were fully prepared for the questions that we asked. And I thought that was a positive, even though some of the answers weren't what we wanted. But some of the outcomes actually were pretty good of the questions that, of the different ones that I was on. So I really enjoyed them, and I look forward to further ones in the future. And to Karen's point, I think I know one minister for sure, and that's Claire Trevani, because she said that she was going to retire, and there'd be a new person in there with the Ministry of Transport. So that is one of the areas for our area for sure that needs work. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Director Birch-Jones, go ahead.
I suffered from a poor internet connection, and so to my extreme frustration, I could see that you, Jen, and Jack were speaking, and I couldn't hear what you guys were saying on that first day. You looked great. And so on the second and third day, I managed to move into the district boardroom where they have a very good connection. And I was just so pleased that they had Margaret Atwood as a keynote speaker, that they have 1,000 points just for that decision from me. And I was impressed with, actually, once I had the service, internet service, that the voting and so on, and the chat room and some of the logistics went pretty well, I thought. So yeah, thank you.
And you can go back even now and rewatch any of the sessions that you missed, and you can re-engage on all of that content. I believe they're leaving it up for 6 months. So it's, yeah, so anyone who was registered can continue to go back in there. Yeah, we're certainly happy with the platform. I thought it was really interactive. We don't know where we're going to be in a year. And so the planning process for the convention for next year, it's set to be in Vancouver, but it could be online again. Just, we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow, let alone 11 months from now. So they're making plans for both, but certainly useful feedback for the convention committee. Anybody else with comments regarding how it went? And then does anybody have a motion that they'd like to make regarding next steps about creating an advocacy plan, sort of broader scale provincial advocacy? Or we can kind of build it as we go. Director Crompton?
I am in agreement with Director Elliott's comment. And I think that maybe our key advocacy plan off the top is sort of an education of new ministers on the issues that face our region. It's not specific asks yet, but there may be specific asks. I think we all know that there is one specific ask that we'll be making fairly quickly, but I think that there is a need for us to do some education of ministers on exactly where we have been going and what's important to us. And then we can definitely all fly down to Victoria. Well, I guess we won't, we'll just all get on a Zoom call again, but I think we should focus pretty heavily on trying to have the province come through on regional transit sooner rather than later. But I think there's education to be done.
Excellent. Okay. Anyone else? Go ahead.
That education piece will be really important. And I think a lot of people don't understand our region and how it interrelates with the regions around us. So I think sometimes the southern portion of our region gets lumped in with the Metro Van area. And so the investments in healthcare and education don't come because people don't understand that Squamish is actually an anchor point for those services facing north. That the idea isn't that we are connected to Metro Vancouver and therefore all of our residents can easily just drive to the big city. I think that is a perception. And I think we need to, if we want to continue to see the investments in our region, we have to educate ministers on how we see that relationship with both the Thompson-Nicola region and as well as the Metro region. I think as a starting point, it'd be great to take the minister meetings that we had at UBCM and develop a plan for those key ministers. So those issues haven't gone away. And I think that's a really good starting point, is to say, you know, in the first half of 2021, we have a meeting with key staff and obviously try to get the minister to do some education and reiterate those asks and that sort of thing. So I think that would be a starting point for me if we start with what we were trying to do in September.
That's great. I also think that we know this is coming. We know that we have 11 months to either plan for which ministries we want to advocate well with, we want to build a relationship with and educate. We can also build our resolutions that we send forward as a board over the year, rather than, oh, we should put some resolutions in. What are we going to do? I think we have, we have work to do as a board to understand what those priorities and what we can craft so that they're really well positioned next year. So it's exciting work. I'm excited. I love working with UBCM. It's awesome. It's such a great group. We have 21 board members, and it's such a diverse cross section of the province. We have someone from every area, which is really cool, and it's a neat group to work with. So I'm very excited about that. So with that, I think that there's no big motions to be made at this time. Just to, oh, sorry, go ahead, Director Birch-Jones.
Oh, thank you. And just on the heels of some of those thoughts, I mean, we prepared some decent briefing notes. I know that transportation and highways and also parks and recreation were certainly priorities for us. They still are. With our meeting with parks and so forth, there was a commitment to have staff come up and actually meet with the SLRD board, and maybe that all falls by the wayside with the, we already have our material ready to meet with the new ministers once they have their mandate letters and we know who's doing what.
Mm-hmm.
That could be some fairly straightforward next steps on those two files.
Yeah, agreed. Director Richmond?
So I actually would put a motion on the floor that we, once cabinet's getting appointed today, once mandate letters have been issued, we schedule a conversation for committee of the whole, looking at the UBCM meetings we had and any other advocacy that directors would like to bring forward, and decide maybe on who we would like to start rebuilding relationships with, so to speak. So yeah, a motion that post mandate letters, that a discussion of committee of whole regarding advocacy using UBCM.
Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Director Crompton. Any further discussion? Anyone opposed? Motion carries. Awesome, thank you. Okay, and now there was no late business. And, sorry. Go ahead, Director Race.
Yeah, my agenda has 2 items of late business, which were lately added. And they're both correspondence with respect to the development proposal we just looked at.
Thank you.
So I'll just move receipt
Thank you.
for both of those.
Seconded by Director Crompton. Any further discussion? Okay, anyone opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. I did see that. Okay, so now we will adjourn this committee of the whole. And we now can move back into closed. Do we need to go back into closed for, go ahead, Director.
Thanks, Chair. First, we go back into open at item 17 on our regular agenda to adopt the 3 resolutions from the Committee of the Whole meeting. So that there was one resolution pertaining to the Tiger Bay development presentation.
Yeah.
There was one resolution with respect to the mission statement, the putting it to the policy committee. And then the third one is the one we just did for the UBCM.
Okay, and then and receiving the correspondence, or not to worry about that? Okay.
No. So just a motion for those 3 items.
Okay, moved by Director Race, seconded by Director Crompton. Anyone opposed? Motion carries. And then number 18, we can go back into closed. We do have to come back to this link, am I correct? So we have to leave this link, go into the closed link, and then come back to this link to terminate. Is that right?
So we can either take a recess and I need to stop the live streaming, get it off the website. So we need a recess, or we could just go back into a closed link.
Okay. Director Elliott, go ahead.
I was signaling to someone in my house.
Oh, sorry. That's fine.
Let's stay here.
Stay here?
That's my vote.
Okay. I didn't see who said that, but I'm fine with that.
Okay. Sorry, can I just check if Director Richmond is with us? Okay. So 10-minute recess, is that okay?
Kristen, I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.